Echo 4 high ground, you kind of have exactly two choices, which is either stand out in the open on the left and get shots as they have to cross this range here, or you have to retreat all the way back on top of here. Because if you just stand on this corner, try to peek around the right side, you'll just end up getting jumped, and you're basically selling your assault mech for free. And so what KDCM did was rotate it all the way to Theta in this circle later on. And then the other thing they did really well, which considering this is just Brawl versus Brawl, was there was a bunch of mechs on like both sides here. I'll draw in blue and green, or blue and red. So a bunch of KDCM's mechs here, and then KSG had mechs here. And then KSG, of course, because this is really uncomfortable of a position to be in, especially if KDCM has like a mech here overwatching, then they tried to probe on the sides with mechs, and KDCM was really good about identifying it quickly and then jumping it, and also not just jumping it, but also getting out after they've gotten the maximum amount of value they could get. They jumped Casterion and got him legged and opened the other leg. And at that point, up until then, them sticking around was a good choice for them. But right after that, if they had stuck around longer to kill Casterion, they would have probably lost a leg on one of their mechs as well. And it would have been a bad trade at that point. So KDCM is really good at, like, on these maps about picking exactly when to jump someone and for how long, and when also to get out. And that's just what we saw with both Casterion and the Catapult, and Makor and the Shadowhawk dying on the sides. And then after that, it's an 8v6, and really the match becomes a lot easier.
All right, well, it sounds like that's what we've got for mining. Let's move on to Crimson Strait.
Ooh. Another really interesting map. It's multifaceted. You can do a lot of things. I've seen teams do full pushes on this map, and I've seen teams play full ER large on this map. We have KDCM on team 2, which is, I would almost want to say, advantageous for them if they're going to push, because team 2 has these really strong Overwatch positions where you can just sit at the actual edge of the map, and it's really, really hard to push into them. And you can also, this corner is really great for receiving pushes. Whereas team 1 is a lot harder to receive from. Also because the island ridge here lets you get up closer and then crest, instead of if you're pushing into team 2, you have to kind of walk out in the open across island. So I think pushing is stronger from team 2, but KSG has the advantage here that they can see anything that goes over the saddle, so they know exactly what KDCM is doing from the start.
Yeah, and this was Casterion's guards chose team 1 side for this map.
So I would expect them to play a strat that is a lot more mobile. If I was KSG and I wanted to full receive and I would expect KDCM to push, I would have picked team 2. So knowing that, I would expect them to play something more mobile, or even maybe push themselves.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I called it earlier for Vitric, and it didn't happen, the push versus push, but it would be possible to shove a bunch of mechs in that Echo 3 water and not get spotted if KDCM was doing an island push. But KDCM's going to have mechs scouting from the saddle, I would take it, even if they do push. It's not an 8 mech NSR like it was, back in the day. So they would see the absence of mechs.
Something we've seen from KDCM is sort of the saddle scout combined with an island push, and then these scouts will rotate in back to the island if they find anything there. And they've done this for their 2 matches in the seeding round.
Yeah,
they
invitationals.
Did it for the knockouts as well. So keep an eye out for that strat. I don't know if they're gonna run with it or if they're gonna switch it up.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was hybrid mechs that they were sending to the island, like quad ear large with red laser backup executioner. It can brawl or it can play range if it does get the island uncontested. So they did have some options built into that drop deck beyond just full on hardcore rushing.
The ER large micropulse XE is really good on this map because it ends up being a perfectly capable trader. It plays differently to other traders, but it can kind of accomplish the same things. But it's also mobile enough for such a big map, and it can actually defend itself against the 2 mechs that are jumping it, instead of something like a Stalker, which, if it gets jumped by a Crusader, is 90% of the time just dead. Whereas the Axie actually has a decent chance to win that. So it is a really good mech for making these aggressive moves onto island.
Yeah. That's probably, if it's been working for KDCM, even if other teams have, seen it by now, probably still a strategy you can keep running. It does have some flexibility built into it. It's not, fully dedicated to a single strategy. The AC2 receive line that Castrian guards could put something up high in Charlie 4, like a night gear using the jump jets on the back ridge with Ultra 2 if they were dedicated to receive or something of that nature, and just play back receive while KDCM's pushing the water. I mean, KDCM with the island, if they're running some range elements, they have other options. They could, actually send a mech to Theta to grab the 3rd cap and occupy the island, start trading. They don't have to make that push into the water if they're running that
hang on,
flexible drop deck.
I had a hiccup. Yeah, I had a hiccup. And so I have disconnected. I'm going to try to rejoin.
Okay. We'll wait for you.
Yep.
Kind of have to.
If you could let the players know what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just right back in on logging in. Okay, that's cool. Let me see if the stream has reconnected. There we go. Okay, it looks like we're back. I'm confirming sound.
You kind of have exactly.
Yes, we have sound. Okay, we're good to go.
Whew. All right, you're back in the lobby?
Yep.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me just do some quick diagnostic to make sure everything is looking right. Okay. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and launch this before anything else happens here.
Okay.
That was an interesting little blip. It came back way better than I expected to. Oh no, more ads already? We just got done with an ad break. Do I let this one?
Probably because you restarted the stream.
Shouldn't be like immediately.
Well, for anyone affected by the ad, they can rewatch it later in the VOD.
And also check out MWO leagues too. If we're not in an ad at this point with the delay.
Yeah, I'm still trying that first person view out here, so we'll see how things go.
Right. For this one, I am over with Casterian's guards. We've got Unova with the Marauder. We've got a Jade Kite, Shadowcat, Sun Spider, Direwolf. That's ooh, something. It's not quite correct. There we go. There we go. Let's try to get a read on SRM Hellspawn with some small lasers. So we've got a bit of a wolf pack here, and let's take a look at our long rangers. Pausing on EPSI here, we've got UAC 2s, a lot of UAC 2s. The Marauder with Hag 60 and 2 ER large as well. So yeah, they're looking for a standoff. And it looks like they're not moving off of EPSI very much.
Yeah, KDCM running something a little bit different here. Mid-range Vomit on a number of their mechs. They have ERPPCs on that Executioner, and they've got Hypersalt Gauss 30s and Large Pulse ER Mead on the Death Strike. So that is more of a mid-range push deck, I would call it. And then full-on Brawl with their lighter element.
All right, Jormungandr beginning to trade against 3 on the left side here. So they were looking for the back of an island push, interestingly enough.
I think it's just scouting out the back of the island here, confirming that there are mechs back there, and then trying to spot what's going on. Now with that, Direwolf has been spotted, so they know that that is not going to be a push coming from behind the island.
Yep. Well,
I think a little bit too slow for that.
Yeah. Asterian's committing 3 mechs to trade behind the island there. Jormungandr getting away relatively free from that, and dumping a bunch of damage into Enova. A bunch, I say 9%. So not bad on 1v3, but they're just waiting there. It'll be interesting to see how KDCM responds here.
Wolfpack is hanging out near the saddle underneath, looking at both the water to see if there's a push coming to their main body, and also looking toward Theta, trying to spot if anyone's going for the Theta cap. Not going for it themselves yet. Just getting intel.
Yep, a little bit of a standoff. Let's take a look. The Exi here is ERP. Death Strike is So it looks like KDCM's got a decent amount of tradability here that they can just sit here and trade from the island. Right now they're sitting on the back, keeping Casterian's big mech sort of out of the fight while they focus on getting glancing blows on the wolf pack of Casterian guards. The Casterian guard bigs still hanging out in the water, but it looks like they're starting to maybe consider making a move. Yep.
KDCM is now pushing into the water. It's been spotted. Sunspider's firing on the Executioner.
Yep, Executioner taking a couple of hits, not losing too much. Let's get a look at that. Yeah, just a little bit of spread there as we engage. What's this looking like? 3 on all, almost.
Yeah,
Zeldnega and Javo in the Flea, and Gwentler getting in the mix. Gwentler, here we go. Gwentler's the focus target for KDCM Wolfpack, with the red providing overwatch for Gwentler. Gwentler hanging on there, but Jormungandr coming in with the blue lasers to finish that off. Let's take a look. That was straight legs as they go after Red, who is joining the fight here against Dreadnought, who ran a little distraction tactic while that happened. Sneck and Dreadnought going down simultaneously here, putting us up in favor of Casterian Guard, who are pulling out now that they have the kill advantage and a slight cap advantage. Jormungandr coming out into the water to try to get some more trades with Casterian Guards out in the water, and Casterian Guards getting away from that push and a mech up, having taken out Dreadnought and the Death Strike. Now,
yeah, very good focus fire on the Mad Cat, taking a leg and then shifting to the torso for the kill, taking a lot of firepower out on that water crossing.
Yep, KDCM definitely down some big ones. Casterian Guards down a medium mech. That's going to be ultimately just fine for them. And now they have the island. That was an interesting position switch.
Yeah.
Well done on the Casterian Guards here, but now KDCM has a bit of a choice to make. Interesting that they're not taking EPSI.
Direwolf being legged means that the island is the only location they can actually be right now.
Yep, Casterian Guard's about to take cap advantage here momentarily as they move towards Kappa. ADCM just kind of Zeldnega's firing into a wall.
Oh no, another disconnect?
I think we might have another disconnect. Which may be an explanation for KDCM's delay here.
Yeah, it's a disconnect.
Yeah, looks like they're sending mech off to Theta. Gone. Yep. That's rough, especially for that mech. What's he probably down to micros at this point? Yep. Let's see. Sean going in for Epsi here. They're KDCM going to take some caps, try to keep a 3 cap here, giving up Sigma and Kappa while they wait for their Viper to reconnect. Meanwhile, we got trades from the island. I'm going to take a look and see what are we looking at here. Yeah, Casterian guards just kind of trying to get some pot shots over here on KDCM. Not a whole lot of excitement here happening. Casterians just kind of holding what they got, trying to see what KDCM's open. Though. Yes. However, I would expect Epsi to flip. No, KDCM gave up on flipping Epsi, interestingly enough.
Caps are in favor of KDCM to confirm?
No, caps are in favor of Casterian at this point.
Okay.
441 to 372. Jay holding out here in the Exi, maybe trying to make a move, catching some of the sniper fire from the saddle. And this has kind of become a little bit of a tradey game of contrition, but something's happening over on the saddle here. Hang on, someone's about to get jumped. Hang on, goes as fast as I can. Javo in the Flea running into Tawars, and Zelnega in the Viper and Jen are getting away. Only 9% damage. Shown also joining the hit squad here, but they're going to be running into Mokor in the Shadowcat and Dered in the Viper here as they cross. Zelnega already having lost a significant amount of armor as Mokor goes down. Let's see who they choose to focus. Looks like they're still... I'm just going to go with Joe for short. No, they are switching. They're probably going to go up the hill to Mokor. Mokor being isolated. Zelnega going to try to push him from the perch. Meanwhile, trades still happening from the island crew trying to help out Red Joe and Morcar. Jay going down in the Exi finally, just trying to move for Epsi to get those caps. They got to do something. Shown going down as well. The red looking a little roughed up in the Viper. Let's take a look. That's legged and almost dead. Zelnega just trying to hold on, but it's not going to be enough with Mokor there protecting the cap. This is very much going to be probably caps in favor of Casterians, I think, at this point.
Yeah, Casterians definitely have the cap lead here. Torrens is trying to get another cap here, but too much fire coming in. Cannot get that with a Jenner. Jenner's legged.
Yep, and that's I'll be a kill win here is not out of the cards at this point. Zelnega goes down, Old Hasu goes down, there goes Tawars as well. It's now 2-on-6, so it's up to oh, here we go. Yeah. Casterians is now pushing onto Giggity and the Crusader with 2 fresh mechs. I don't know what the ammo count is. I know they've been pumping it out here. Zloy!
Sunspider's leg.
Ooh, that went fast, but it looks like Giggity is also going quickly. That's going to take that out. Jormungandr taking out Zloy. Might be able to take out Casterian. Honestly, the firepower is there. The question is Casterian going to be able to close instead? Maybe. Jormungandr getting legged. Casterian now legged as well. It's a leg off. There goes Casterian to close it out for Casterian's guards. 750 to 566, a very close cap game. Plagued by DC. Something funky is happening with the internet today, folks. We'll take a look at damages here in a moment. All right, over to the scoreboard. Looking at scores real quick, we got Jormungandr with 714. Zelnega double D'ing in that disconnect Viper that wasted all of his ammo so rudely. Casterian in the J-Kite coming on top with 722, followed by Enova with 628 for the guards. So that that island team putting out some damage.
Yeah, both teams have a player with 700 damage, but it's the rest of the team that kind of matters more. There's others on Casterian that have 600 or 400 damage, whereas KDCM, their second highest damage is a mere 327. So double D on the Viper definitely not helping either. Unfortunate situation.
All right, I'm going to send us on over to the maps to chat about what just happened there in all of its complexity, and I'm going to get these guys sorted out.
A sad match to see due to the disconnect. I think if there wasn't a disconnect, there was a good chance that KDCM might have pulled that one out. But I think, again, it's KSG being set up right here in the water with 3 assault mechs. And KDCM have control of, like, all this space, and they don't bother when they're stalling taking Theta. If they had taken Theta, they would have, the entire time that the brawl goes on, the entire time that teams are stalling, they're taking caps. Other than that, like, once you're pushing into the receive setup, they did exactly what they're supposed to do, which is just ignore these mechs here and kill the lights. As if you kill 5 lights here, you win the game because you can just run for caps.
Yeah.
The problem is really that, like, I think 15 seconds or so after going in, Zelnega disconnected right here. So if that hadn't happened, they would have probably gotten 1 more kill. They could have. This is now hypothetical. And that would have given them the opportunity to keep sending it, which meant that KSG would never have gotten to Island. But the way it did play out, it's just once they got to Island, it's impossible for you to take FC. You can't really take Sigma either because Island has Overwatch. So you're really restricted to Kappa and Gamma and Theta. And it sucks because now you have to really split up your team to control these 3, and they weren't able to do it.
Yeah, the Viper disconnect, very unfortunate. You know, especially as it kind of almost came down to caps at the end. Having another fast mobile mech can definitely make a difference in those types of situations on a larger map that has caps as spread as they are on this map here, Crimson Strait. The Theta rework, it really did change how this map plays, changing the spawns and where the Theta is located on this map. I kind of enjoy that strategic tension around whether or not to make a play for Theta or how many mechs to commit to Theta. Makes this map a little bit different from the others in the map pool currently for MechWarrior Online.
Yeah, it's a really interesting map because Theta is kind of like super cut off from the rest of the map, so that it's almost always just a playground for lights, which a lot of the time on other maps you have this dynamic where assaults can overwatch lights and help them getting caps. And on Theta, it is literally just how many light mechs do they have there? How many do we have there? Can we take Theta, or do our assaults need to play against their assaults now?
Yeah, on occasion I've seen Team 2 put their assaults in the saddle, providing support to Theta, but they abandon the island in that situation. The island is such a strong point. Team 1 is able to counter that with a Gamma, Epsilon, Sigma cap play from the island. So I think there's still some other options to be explored here, but so far, the majority of the teams have arrived at this conclusion that you can test island and you kind of don't really play for Theta, which be interesting to see if that changes as this tournament goes on. Do you want to go on to Polar Highlands now? Maybe talk about that a little bit more.
I want to say, first off, I think there's some from teams. I think there are, from what I've seen in scrims, I think there are interesting things that we might see this Worlds on Crimson. But yeah, we can go on to Polar.
Maybe it's something they pull out in a later round than round 2.
I would assume so, yes. Polar, the biggest map, most notably, I think this is called Pride Rock, commonly amongst the community. The Gamma Hill.
I've heard the name.
And then you also kind of have this area. Notable things. You have this here and this. And then you have this as well. So those are kind of the spots where if you're receiving a push, you really want to be either here or here, depending on your team. Those tend to be the best spots. Of course, the optimal push receive is this. You never get pushed, but you also just lose and get 5 capped.
Yeah, so this is a very big map. Everyone looking at it, pay attention to the grid square sizes. This is a lot larger than what it initially looks if you're unfamiliar with it.
Every grid square is what, 500 meters across? So, like, even just theta to kappa is almost 1500. And theta to gamma, like, if you're up here, this is deceiving because this range on the map looks like just a kilometer, so it looks like it's ER large optimal, but it isn't because you're also 100 meters higher, so you're slightly out of optimal. Realistically, it's a really good map to push on, surprisingly. So, I would expect another push, as weird as that sounds. I'd expect KSG is team 2 this time, I think. So I would expect KSG to be set up around Sigma, G10, maybe extend onto Pride Rock. And then from KDCM, I would expect one of these pushes. You can kind of go through theta because it has a good amount of cover and you can follow the canyons, and you're still gonna be popping out at roughly 500 meters, but it's close enough that brawl is viable on this map. There's also probably the best map for cap strats if you're into just taking a lot of fast mechs and running around.
Yeah, we've seen Incubus played on this a fair bit, with a big engine going for those cap plays.
Yeah. I think this is contrary to like Vitric. Vitric is a map where the mech choices are very standard, very normalized, and but you get a lot of variety in how the decks are played. Polar is probably the map where I would expect to see the weirdest mech choices. There's merit to bringing LRMs on this map. There's merit to bringing full push with just SRMs. You can bring a full ER large deck if you wanted. Basically anything you can think of in terms of builds or drop deck, you can probably make it work on Polar.
You know, I haven't seen the full LRM deck yet. I have seen a little bit of Narc on this map. I think it was in the invitational seeding round. Some teams brought Narc on a Summoner and Shadowcat, maybe it was, or maybe it was an actual light. And I think they're running like one ATM mech, but I haven't seen a full dedicated, 3 or 4 LRM boat type drop on this map. I don't think yet.
We ran, so it's usually not full dedicated because LRMs are better the less mechs you have of them and the more dedicated those mechs are. But we've ran in the 2021 Grand Final, we ran LRMs and in a cap strat on Polar.
Was that on this current version of Polar?
Yes, it was the first Worlds that had this current version of Polar. So,
well, this map's been out a little bit longer than I remember.
Strats have evolved since then, and I don't think that exact strat would win against current top teams.
Yeah.
But as it goes with all,
changed.
Similar to how we talked about the Mario jump earlier, where it evolved from just being jumping up on the left side, then teams started to play according to that, and then of course you change it because suddenly something that wasn't as optimal before is now the best path. And in a similar way, strats always evolve on these maps, even if the maps don't change. Every time someone or a team finds an adaptation to a strat that works against something, then of course the other teams that don't want to lose to that end up finding changes that make them more resilient against it.
All right, both teams are locked at this point. I think that is a good spot to to wrap that. We'll come back and see what actually happens. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and launch these teams. Rotate around. We'll take a look at that pathway we just talked about. All right, and we're in. I'm over here with Casterian guards, I believe. Yep, they are on this side. Hold. We do have a hold.
Command coming in. Capture and hold the resource points. Stop any hostiles that get in your way.
You know, to be fair, I don't think we've had a repeat disconnector. So there's that. But we do have a hold here. I'm going to take this moment to take a look at the mechs. We've got some hags. Oh, they are going to ask a rules question. Let me pull up the rules. One sec.
Yeah, just going through the builds here.
Yes,
again, if there is a redrop, teams can change their mechs. They don't have to bring the same mechs the second time. But what I'm seeing, it looks like kind of a received deck here from Casterian Guards again, with Paramechs with AC2, UAC2, and then some mid-range Vomit on some of their more mobile elements. KDCM 17, the Q skippers have, or Q dodgers, they've taken the Incubus. They're running ER large harassment build on that. It might be a little bit slower than the Cap Incubus, but I still expect that it will be doing a lot of capping.
All right, so according to the rules, it is the 13-minute mark that we're looking at, which is coming up in about 20 seconds here before the redrop. Go redrop. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense. So we're going to have a redrop here. Gives teams the opportunity to change up their builds if they elect to do so. Now we're past the redraw point at this time.
All right, they're going at 12. They're good. They're going to go. It is optional for Casterian to call the redrop or go. Both teams are in agreement, so we are going to go with 12 minutes. All right, so getting back to this, we got a Direwolf here, AC2s. Again, we see a lot of DACA here, Timberwolf. All right, yeah, so they are agreed on the time. It looks like, oh, what is this build? This is an interesting Phoenix Hawk build here.
What I found interesting on KDCM side was that Warhammer 2C Mole. It's running to a Hag 30 with a pair of ERMEs. It sounds undergunned to me.
Yeah, it could be, depending on where it's placed. Yeah. Let's
probably just a very fast Maul.
Yeah, I know there's a high engine cap on that mech, so it could be a very speedy boy.
Yeah. Do you think Casterians chose DACA because they like it, or because they're preparing for a KDCM push?
I think it's it's a receipt. This Phoenix Hawk is interesting. Large laser, ERME, 3 heavy machine guns, and a binary laser cannon. We're going for I guess the light show, getting a whole bunch of different color lasers in there. Let's see.
Sounds like they wanted a Shadow Cat with the DPS backup if they get pushed again.
Yeah,
how does this map change in terms of how it's played with 3 minutes missing off of the timer?
It's going to make caps a little more. I think it'll favor the brawl over the caps, unless one team takes a commanding, if one team gets all the caps, it looks like KDCM is going to play to that. So it does put more pressure on Casterian guards to do something with that if KDCM manages to take Theta here. Where we have Tawars and the Incubus taking Kappa, and then likely to rejoin the fight. We've got Red here scouting out Theta, seeing what's going on, seeing if they can spot something. We've got some Incubus fire on Red to push him off that point. Meanwhile, we've got Casterian guards up here on Pride Rock, just kind of scouting it out, looking for that KDCM push. We've got, this is probably the Sun Spider and Direwolf out here. No, Marauder and Direwolf out here just looking for the respawn, looking to get that back up. They're looking for this receive that KDCM is not giving them. So since we do have essentially 3 minutes of standing still here, KDCM now with 3 caps and Casterian guards farther back is applying an incredible amount of pressure on Casterian guards, because now they have to start moving and they have to respond to this 3 cap lead here. And it looks like they're doing
3
that.
3 caps for KDCM. That is, although there is some early weapons fire coming out here from the Direwolf I'm seeing. This is still extreme ranges, and with the timer being as short as it is, it might come down to caps, just not the 750 caps, but whoever has the cap lead when the timer runs out.
Yeah, and we are sitting here with the ticks increasing. They currently have about a 40 tick lead. KDCM does at that point, and they're just content to hang out here and throw some blue energy at each other. Eats only heads, catching a bit of flack from the AC2s. Still ultimately okay with that maul. Let's see what other pressures might they be putting in here. Zelnega trying to get a scout out here with the Mistlinks, maybe get a Gamma cap, but there is a UAV hanging out over Gamma, not to mention Red. So they are ready for Zelnega shenanigans over here on the side, trying to hold what they've got and sneak Epsilon. As you see, KDCM holding a mech on Epsilon because that could turn the tide of the game. Let's see who they assigned there in a second. Map so big, me so slow. Oh, Tawar's in the Incubus here, guarding Epsilon against a flea here. All right, so that could be an interesting fight. Just double checking small pulse machine guns, ER large. I think the flea has a bit of advantage on this fight here. And while the trading goes on, otherwise, we've got this actually very important light fight over here at Epsi. Flea being run off. So leaving Tawar's behind, paying off right now. Tawar's catching some Overwatch fire, though, as Casterian has a little bit of support here from the Shadowcat. All right, that mix-up still happening. Anything happening over here with the traders? Not a whole lot. Everyone just staying tucked in.
Incubus is at a disadvantage in this duel here. Flea can outturn, and the ER larges have a hard time tracking.
Yep. That being said, Dreadnought coming in with the Javelin. It's going to be a 2v2 fight here coming in. Oh, I take that back. 3v2. Yep. Jay and the Crusader coming in to maybe shove this Shadowcat off, it looks like, by that trajectory. But we still have this. Oh, there goes that Flea's leg, I presume. Yep, and the other one. All right, that ends the Epsi threat.
Incubus's leg, though, that might matter.
Yep. All right, so we've got a little bit of a fight here for Theta, it looks like. In the meantime, we've got Gwentler and that Phoenix Hawk on the cap point, starting to flip it. KDCM being distracted by that light fight, us as well. Meanwhile, Red in the Viper heading over to Kappa, looking to turn some of these Casterian, looking to provide some Overwatch there between Kappa and Theta as we get some movement going on here. Shadowcat still wrapped up trying to distract at Epsi. Casterian getting a little bit traded with Jormungandr, but he's just trying to hold out here. While we get some mechs to head towards Kappa. I feel like I'm missing some mechs. Oh, they're right behind me here. All right. Enova also throwing in some trade with the Marauder. Our Sun Spider and Direwolf still hanging out here, not doing a whole lot. Jloy throwing out some AC2 to deny some Overwatch on Theta. But Casterian Guards having to pull out from Theta, it looks like, as KDCM looks to push them, knowing that they are overall a mech up and they have a mech on Kappa right now. That's essentially 2 up for the push, while 1 up with our Incubus out. The Shadowcat, how is our Shadowcat doing over here? 61%, doing relatively okay. Just looking at the color of the numbers there. Here we go. Casterian Guard pushing in force onto Theta. KDCM looking to counter the Phoenix Hawk versus Marauder fight happening here. Looks like the Phoenix Hawk is getting a little bit better of Jormungandr with some help from Old Hasu. 58% on that. And here's the flip here. We is now 4-1 in favor of Kells. KDCM will need to respond. We'll need to get them off of Theta. Jormungandr going down for KDCM. This is turning around for Kells. They were patient on that. They ran a little distraction play, and now they are trying to get it to pay it off. Old Hasu at 59%, looking really rough, just CT'd right out, but Giggity goes down. A little bit of a trade there. Sneck still fresh at 74%. We got Gwentler tucked into the canyon here. Casterian moving. Eats only head goes down in the mall. I didn't see who got that, but it was either Enova or Zloy. And now Casterian Guards is up significantly in both numbers and armor.
Caps are starting to run away here.
Yep. Looks like KDCM looking to take Gamma back.
Wait, no. Play here
yes.
On Theta.
Yep.
But there's a lot of wounded mechs between him and Theta.
Yeah, let's see what he can do with Gwentler. We do have a fight going on off on the field. Oh, nope, that just ended. Was gonna see if we can get there. There we go. Oh, Gwentler got Sneck.
There's a leg Phoenix Hawk with very good leg shielding versus Executioner.
Yep.
Executioner switched to side torso, but was a little bit too late into the fight. Didn't manage to pop the side torso.
Yep. That being said, Jay could do something with this, but I think the Caps, on a 4-1, there's no way that KDCM is coming back from this.
No. There aren't enough mechs still alive.
Yep, and not enough time.
Self-legged.
Oops. And they are taking it out on Jay here. Jay versus Enova. Enova very fresh. Jay not so much. Jay halved and legged. All sorts of ailments. No, Casterian did not get that. Jay got the kill there. Let's see. Dreadnought and Tawars way in the back. Let's see if we can get that fight that's happening over there. Tawars going down to Dered. Dered and Dreadnought now. This javelin looks legged. Yes, that javelin is in fact legged and maybe out of ammo. No,
that's
still
all
has ammo.
KDA here now.
Yep. But it's only a couple seconds left, so let's see if Dreadnought can hold on. Dreadnought cannot hold on. Saved us all of a second and a half on there. Well played, both teams. So with that win going to Casterian Guards, that's it. We're gonna end there as Casterian Guards takes this 3-1. Despite being 3 down. Interesting call by they were down on time, down with a little bit of a disadvantage there on the Caps. But here we are, and we're back. All right, gonna run down scores real quick here.
This would be considered a bit of an upset, worth mentioning. KDCM had the first round bye due to nature of qualifying through the invitationals.
Yep. Looking at damage here, honestly pretty even. Zloy in that Sunspider with 500 damage. Zelnegan the Mistlings double D'ing. I didn't really catch entirely what happened there, but I suspect just a jumping. Otherwise, pretty decent damage spread. Both teams a little better focus fire by Casterian Guards, just to kind of close that out, and then taking advantage of distractions. Well done. All right, we'll move down for a debrief on that. I'm going to head on over to the map room. Tio's connecting, joining us. I'll get your logo up there shortly. But yeah, have at for a few minutes while we get stuff swapped over.
I'm actually glad KDCM did what I suggested earlier, which is identify that it's a receive strat and just take caps and not push into it. I think it mostly came down to then after getting a leg on a light and getting a light kill, not capitalizing on it and just immediately going for caps, but instead trying to push while they were down a mech because they had mechs fighting out in the open, 2 versus 1. So it just came down to playing by a set of strategies that were made beforehand. I think, instead of playing the way that the situation would have asked for. If that makes
I feel like the onus was a bit on KDCM. You know, they brought a push deck the moment they decided to play map control instead of trying to push. The advantage immediately went to Casterians, who actually brought a deck with a fair bit more range. I think somewhere in there, KDCM had to try to fit in a proper full team push as their deck was built for, and if they couldn't, then they just lent Casterians the advantage for the whole match. Is it Casterian or Casterians?
It is Casterian's guard
KSG.
according to tournament.
Okay.
So that is Casterian possessive guards plural.
Okay.
I will just call them KSG.
Yeah.
So I think I agree, but also by the time that happened, they had gotten a light mech pick. So I think at that point, having 5 lights, even your push decks on Polar can just run Capstrat. They ended up pushing with 5 of their mechs and trying to Capstrat with the other 3, which ended up with them losing both fights. So either full team Capstrat or full team push is what I would have done.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about looking back on the match. I'm trying to think about what each team could have done better, or at least improved upon. I feel like there were some mech lab misplays, but that's every job, so doesn't. I wouldn't say that entirely made the difference there, but
I think we could argue about mech builds and mech lab optimizations, even
Until
between top teams.
Until the end of
hours,
time.
yeah.
You and I could be going off about builds for the end of time, but
yes.
Even looking back at the match right now, because there's a 6-minute delay on stream, it sort of felt like actually more of a critique on anything else. Casterians felt a lot more reactionary than anything else, which is sort of what you expect when you're running a receive deck. You don't really have a plan. A lot of it is just, scout what the enemy's doing and go from there. But KDCM actually let themselves get super split across the map. And I know splitting up and holding caps is a big thing, but looking back at the stream right now, KDCM sending 3 people to kill a light, and then also that big fight over Theta itself, it just felt like KDCM allowed themselves to get split 3-5, and Casterian just pick off those groups as they please.
You can see right now, we can see it on the stream, is KDCM pushing with 5 mechs. Meanwhile, if you look on the minimap, there's 3 mechs on Gamma and chasing 1 light for KSG.
Yeah.
And even if you're in a push deck, that is not a fight you win, even if you're up a mech. You're down a mech in the actual push.
Yeah, which is interesting, because if you told me that one side brought a push deck and the other side brought a cap control deck on Polar, I would usually side with the push deck, to be honest, as far as who I think would win. So it's definitely a bit of an upset in my opinion. But on the other hand, though, I guess when you have a reputation like KDCM, it's a little easier to mind game and just know exactly what your opponent's bringing. If I was in Casterian's shoes, I would have been practicing and planning to deal with brawls for the past week.
And Casterian, on the other hand, they've been around for a while, but they aren't as much of a predictable team, I think. This is their first time, I think, playing in the top 12, so
people
don't really know.
Synergy.
I just watched the rewind of Gwentler's Phoenix Hawk killing Snick's executioner. That hurt. That hurt.
Yeah.
That hurt to watch.
Yeah, I've got that in the first-person view there. On
if you looking at the paper doll afterwards hurts. One touch on both sides and on the leg.
And Snick was going for legs. Oh my goodness.
He went for legs. The leg shielding was very good. He switched to side torsos, but he went for the left torso, then switched to going for the right torso before taking the
that
left
hurt.
torso. I
definitely hurt a bit to see.
Sometimes it just happens like that.
Yep.
Sometimes you pick the wrong component to go for, and then you realize that you're going to lose the fight if you keep going for it, and you just Hail Mary switch. But
Yep.
a lot of the times, it's just at that point you've already lost. So, yeah. It is painful to see because I think both Tias and I, we've definitely been in those situations.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know what? Like sometimes props are due to going, yeah, I made the wrong choice. Instead of doubling down on it, I'm gonna correct. But actually, real quick, what are the weekly predictions for Casterian versus KDCM? I need to check.
I haven't
this.
checked. Let me look at this. So it's
76%. Oh wait. That's winner bracket. Wait a minute. Do we not have weekly predictions for the?
No, that is
for this
the
week?
that is the weekly prediction.
76% voted
yes.
for a KDCM win.
Yes.
Unbelievable. A 76% of players thought KDCM would win. Wow.
Since this was week 2 of the winners, or week 2 of the winners bracket, that means KSG is automatically in the top 6 this year.
Oh, you may be right.
Even if they lose their next match, they go down to losers bracket round 3. So,
yeah.
Automatic top 6.
This messed up my bracket. That's
I think everybody who made a bracket prediction, I think everybody who drew up a prediction predicted KDCM beating KSG.
You know, KSG was just this unknown quantity because they're playing the European times. We don't know how strong they are in ComQ. Yes, they finished second in ComQ, but the argument was that they played more games, they farmed weaker teams, or they played during hours when the strong teams weren't available. And here we see them pulling up the upset on the team that pulled up the upset. You know, KDCM beat the 5th Jaguar Dragoons during the invitational qualifier. And now they've lost to Casterian's Guards here in a best of 5. So it's an upset, definitely an upset.
Yep, and now looking at the bracket here, Casterian's next match will be the winner of Aubins and Mech Enjoyers. So
yeah, those are going to be 2 very strong teams. Whichever one of those 2 comes out of that match or later today, you know, Casterian Guards would have another uphill fight there.
Mech Enjoyers may be a little more familiar with Aubin's play, just because Mech Enjoyers, I mean, with what Casteria might do, just because Mech Enjoyers fought them in CompQ.
Yeah.
But I can say as an Aubin's player, I have no idea anything about Casterian. I really don't. I have never thought them before.
Well, there's definitely some tape on them now with them having played in the Invitationals earlier in August, and then now having played 2 matches in the top 12. So. Probably worth doing some homework for both Aubins and Mech Enjoyers once their match is done and they know who they're definitely playing Casterian Guards. There is some tape to review.
Yep. And KDCM now going to the losers bracket, losers 1.3, which means that they're fighting GNX. KDCM against GNX is a matchup I will always love to see, almost as much as I love to see GNX against Mech Enjoyers. That one's even better.
What are the top rivalries this year?
GNX and Mech Enjoyers, obviously. GNX hates Aubins. I don't know if Aubins hates GNX.
As an Aubins player, how would you not know that?
I'd say GNX and Mech Enjoyers are definitely a top rivalry. Does Clan Crossfire have beef? I don't think Clan Crossfire has beef.
They're just existing.
They're just existing.
Community-wise, they're a good team.
Yeah. No, I really can't think of any other rivalries. Yeah, I think it's all fine. I have beef with Dark Sea Corsairs. I'm kidding.
I think Fjord DSC would also be interesting. since I think last year, a lot of the DSC players were on the Fjord roster. So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a similar
maybe.
situation.
But now, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the stream of Ivor getting the lobby ready. 5 JDX against Darksea Corsairs.
Yes, that is what is up. Ghost, are you staying on with us, or do you have to scoot?
I will probably go warm up with my team because we also play later.
Excellent.
Yes, they play after Obbins.
We play the last match today.
Yep.
Against the enigma that is CXF.
Yeah. Speaking of them not having beef, looking at the voting here, 87% of players voted that 5JDX would beat DSC. And I feel like that's understandable. DSC is a bit of the newer blood. Meanwhile, 5JDX is a fair amount more established. They got second place last CS, and now with the exit of JGX from this Worlds, 5JDX now has picked up some JGX players. Grolsch and Dario being the two biggest coming from the JGX A team
as well.
Jiffy is on the A team as well.
Yes.
JP Django is tagged as JGX. I don't think he was on the A team. I think he's always been 5JDX.
He was. He
Right.
played for them in Blood League.
That's right.
I will say one thing though. Compared to the 5JDX rosters from recent years, this actually, to me, feels like a very different team.
It does.
So, I think even if you look at it, they have 2 players from their 2021 roster still.
All right, we are beginning with our Mac ban here. Oh boy, they have. I was remiss in getting the right links. Where's my
at? So what I've got so far here, that's not showing correct, but Darksea Corsairs have picked Vitric Station and Polar Highlands. Fifth Jaguar Dragoons have picked Hibernal Rift and Mining Collective.
Oh, these guys went so fast. I didn't even get a chance to write this stuff down. Holy hell.
Vitric Station is the first map. Mining Collective is the second map. Polar Highlands is the third map. Hibernal Rift is the fourth map. And Crimson Strait is the fifth.
Can you give me the second again?
The second map is Mining Collective.
All right, and then our sides are.
So they're still picking the sides. Vitric Station Team 1 is going to be 5th Jaguar Dragoons. Mining Collective Team 1 is going to be Darksea Corsairs. And 5th Jaguar Dragoons is Team 2 on Polar Highlands. That's their choice. So it'll be Darksea Corsairs on Team 1.
Just waiting on this. Hibernal choice.
Yeah. Team's taking a little bit of time just to talk it out, perhaps. I imagine they have strats prepared for both sides, but they probably know which one they prefer.
There we go. It'll be 5J on Team 2 again.
Darksea Corsairs Team 1, so 5th Jaguar Dragoons is going to be Team 2 for Hibernal. So there is one team side switch midway through, I believe.
Oh, maybe. I'm still waiting on Crimson here. Real quick, because I have these things mixed up. Both these teams NA servers, right?
I'm just going to double check that for you. I'm seeing EU server for.
Okay, and then
the first one's
the
server. The second
zone.
one is the time zone. So both are North America for server.
Okay, cool. All right, so our first map is going to be Vitric. Okay. 5J is good where they are.
So I'll pop up the map strat there for
Yes,
Vitric
please
Station
do so.
if you wish to discuss that.
Yeah. One thing I sort of want to highlight here, even at the start of it all, is just that, like, just sort of outlining the history of these two teams, or at least recently. 5JDX probably, I mean, as we all know, they lost in the invitational match against KDCM. Everybody thought that 5JDX was just a shoehorn in to skip Comp Q. I feel like 5JDX probably got a bit of a wake-up call there, so I think that they've been putting in a lot more effort recently to improve. I know they've been scrimming a lot, playing CompQ a lot, whatnot, and DSC being sort of that newer blood, I feel like a lot of people are going to underestimate them on how they play. I don't remember. I believe DSC did a brawl push last time they were on Vitric. 5JDX being team one, I'm really just expecting them to do a control, two bigs up top and the back, maybe Crusader or something like that up top at Theta, just establish a 3-cap, and then I really don't think 5JDX is going to push. I think they're just going to sit there and just try to trade down DSC. DSC, on the other hand, may just... I don't remember what they did last time they were on this map, but I really want to say they just ran over the top. Like, I really want to say that they just ran their opponents down, and I kind of wish I pulled up their last VOD here, but that's kind of what I feel like is going to happen. I feel like if DSC has been reviewing 5JDX stuff, they're probably going to be like, these guys are going to want to trade. I'm not really sure if I could beat them in trading, so let's just try a brawl. But there are a lot of names on DSC I do not recognize.
Some of these players have been around for a while, playing in more middle divisions. I mean, Hollow House, Zelk, Red Baron, all very familiar. Sir Epic Pawner, Royal Star, Primos. I think even Fire Ant is a name I recognize. Indian. Yeah, so these guys have been around for a while. As a team, though, I think they've been. Did they even form up last year, or was it at the start of the current year? Relatively new team, though.
DSC,
but
I
the
think
players have been
started
around in the middle divisions for a while.
DSC started this year, and they started Div B with the first tournament of the year, and then that was very clearly seen that they were a Div A team, as evidenced by their placing here.
Yeah. I can definitely agree with that. I would say that 5JDX probably just has a lot more advantage of cohesion. A lot of these guys have been playing together for years under the JGX 5JDX name. But I don't know. I also would have predicted that KDCM would have beat Casterian, and Casterian beat KDCM. So I wouldn't trust my predictions right now.
DSC with a lot of shooters, 5J with a very aggressive and strong wolf pack, as well as traders. So we'll see how much that wolf pack comes into play.
Yeah, this would definitely, I mean, it would still be considered an upset if 5th Jaguar Dragoons ended up losing this, I do believe. But, Dark Sea Corsairs, they qualified through invitationals, showed that they were, I'm mixing them up with another team. They were bottom placement in invitationals, were they not? Yes. Sorry, my adjustment there. So yeah, their performance in the invitationals, they managed to qualify, but they're in the seeding matches, they didn't put up a very strong showing. So I definitely would consider the 5th Jaguar Dragoons to be favored here, even though they are coming in, technically as the lower seed in this top 12.
All right, both teams working their way towards a lock. Well, first team one is already locked. Team 2 working their way towards it, getting everything set up. Tios, any last thoughts sort of on here on Vitric here, or any oddball strats that you might suggest to folks who are still banging it out in the queue?
As an Obbins player, I just have to say, run at the enemy.
Fair
just
enough.
Run at them. When in doubt, brawl. When in doubt, brawl. We have our map pool is so brawl friendly right now. Hibernal you can brawl run, Polar you can brawl run, Mining sort of. Really the only map you can't really brawl on in this pool is Crimson, which is coincidentally I also hate Crimson. Of course there's no connection between the two. But yeah, I mean honestly, when in doubt brawl it out is sort of my motto for this Worlds. It's in a pretty good spot in the meta right now, so I think you can always just W key. And I think every single team in this I feel like every single team in this league right now is sort of throwing if they don't have if their strat doesn't have like a contingency, what do we do if they brawl run at us? I feel like they're throwing. Pretty much every strat you make, if it's not brawl, has to be brawl proof in this current meta.
All right, words of wisdom from Tios. I'm going to go ahead. Both teams ready now. I'm going to go ahead and launch them, get us into our first match of 5JDX v Darksea Corsairs.
And again, I'm going to keep on using the first-person spectator view here on MWO Leagues 2. So if you want the overhead spectator view, check out MWO Leagues 1. If you want that first-person view, just see how the players are lining up their shots, feel free to join us here on MWO Leagues 2.
Let's get this map from a different angle to start from. Let's get a, oh well, never mind. We're gonna start. All right, I'm over here with the Darksea Corsairs. Looks like we've got a Executioner, a Warhammer 6D. Interesting. We've got House in a Cheetah, our Stalkers, Crusaders, and a Black Knight from Hollow. I'll take a look at those builds momentarily. Our Black Knight running binaries. Our Stalker also running binaries and ER Meads. Let's check out this Warhammer. That I'm kind of... Yep, 2 binaries and 6 mediums. Crusader with heavy PPC, small lasers. So a lot of big hitting weapons over here on DSC, looking at mid-range to push.
This looks received to me. A lot of laser vomit. Interestingly, it's a Stalker 7D with 4 large lasers, not running binaries or large pulse. And it's not the 5S with the ER large, which on this map would probably be a little bit excessive range. The DPS is going to come out of the Mad Cat Mark IIB with AC5s and ER PPCs.
Brower taking some hits as Darksea Corsairs takes positions. UAVs up, getting a scout. No one taking Theta, but Cougar threatening it with the Viper. Mislinks with Dario working out to the right-hand side, dropping a nice little airstrike, which misses. But we've got some early trades going on here. Interesting that we're getting JGX tags in-game. You won't see that on the stream, but 5J taking up both sides of essentially their Citadel here. And Bacon Lord over here just looking to jump someone in those snubs and small with that Hatchetman. And doing fairly well. Ivazovsky trading, getting out-traded in this Exi. Open in the back due to an airstrike. But otherwise, you know, taking some hits, down to 71% already. Brower and the Phoenix Hawk on the other side, meanwhile, down to 82% from trading. Yeah, we're just bleeding armor all over the place here. It looks like Darksea Corsairs might have a smidge of an armor advantage. Not much, though, as they grew up here.
Both teams just content to trade across the center ramps.
Yep, Dario and the Mistlinks with these heavy medium lasers is really just making Zelk think about things with the Crusader, getting a good burn in there, or almost a good burn in there from Indian in that Warhammer, sitting probably a little far back for the binary lasers to be doing all the damage that they need to do. Bacon Lord and Cougar just stalking this right-hand side here, their right-hand side. And Hollow in the Black Knight down to 64%. This is just 5J out trading right now. The Corsairs are going to need to make a move. Cap's not really an issue at this point. So
Side torso open on Hollow. I don't think it's going to be an extra light engine, but that would be all of its cooling and a lot of its weaponry if it loses that side torso.
Yep, that is definitely going to be rough there. Poner over here at 70% in the Stalker with an open head and also a side torso. They're just getting absolutely bodied by the 5J traders, and also Bacon Lord, Cougar, and starting to make a move here on Primos, actually. Primos drops down to deal with these side traders, the Hatchetman and Viper moving to counter. House with the Shard coming in here at 88%, making some very good headway against Bacon Lord and Cougar. Primos a little worse. Ivazovsky dropping down to support now. Everyone is down. 5J is down, looking to take out the not 5J. Dark Sea Corsairs is down.
Side torso already. And it's now got an Articheetah on them.
Yep, here we go. Monk and House. Primos coming to support House here against Monk and Brower. Dark Sea Corsairs making some moves. We get Zelk down in the Crusader against, and then Indian down as 5JDX pushes over. Monk goes down, Brower goes down, leaving Hollow, Primos, and House to sort of work on cleanup down here. Bacon Lord and Cougar coming along. Gonna try to finish off Epic Poner here, who I don't think sees them coming. I believe was halved as well. Just gonna go down to CT. There they'll be moving on to Hollow next, theoretically. Cougar especially gonna take out Hollow. Try to keep this roll going. Now on the other side, we've got House going down in that Shard again. Primos again before I can even see what's going on, and Fire Ant in this Fire Starter with some snub nose, gonna hold on. Maybe will he be able to get Bacon Lord? Maybe, but unfortunately no. Jiffy coming in with the Mad Cat to shut that down. Basically some trade going on the front with a nice brawl close by 5JDX.
Heavily wounded mechs on the remaining side there, with 5th Jaguar Dragoons, a number of mechs open side, torso, or leg, but they do pick up the win.
All right, and we're gonna get those scores for you, but looking at it all around, we've got a lot of damage coming in from 5JGX, and that was the trading that we saw. They were just out trading DSC, and then they just wait for something to pounce or to pounce on them, and countered, keeping DSC's damage relatively low. So I'll throw you over to the scoreboard for a little bit so you can see some of the detailed stats, and then we'll turn it over to Tios for some chat about what happened and what we are looking forward to.
Yeah, so pulling up the map here.
All right, headed on over the map to Tios. You still with us?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Well, I would like to say that my brawling prediction was woefully wrong. Yeah, both teams just honestly ran top center. DSC had a bit more of a laser vomit heavy deck, and 5JD had a bit of a mix of vomit and DACA. Honestly, I really feel like this match just went down to DSC taking too much early damage and not winning their trades. Both decks were fine, both strats were fine. If I were DSC, I would have pressed the advantage a little more with Vomit, just knowing that you can out-trade a lot of the DACA boats. But really, it just felt like DSC wasn't winning their trades. There wasn't, like, I don't think that there was a mech lab loss or anything related to that. I just think that DSC needs to improve their ability to get early damage, improve their trading ability, and that's all that's all they need to win. I think these matches were pretty much mirror as far as their strats go. The decks varied a little bit, but yeah, just too much early damage in the favor of 5JD.
One question I'd like to pop up here, if you would cover it. There was a drop down by 5th Jaguar Dragoons on one of their mechs from high ground position into the low ground, which I found an interesting move to voluntarily take the low ground.
Well, if you watched the 5JDX's mediums, they were actually wrapping around and getting cheeky angles a fair amount, which I think is a perfectly valid strat as long as your mediums are smart enough to not get caught out. So, like, say, Hatchetman and Phoenix Hawk poke in, get a like 1 or 2 shots off with their snubs, and then immediately bail and back off. That is a very powerful way to just sort of destabilize the mechs up top. And how do I put this? When DSC dropped to fight them, I don't want to say it was a mistake, because DSC was not winning their trades up top. So if you're not winning your trades, you have to change something up. So DSC dropping to brawl may have been the smarter play, but it sort of felt like DSC dropping was the beginning of the end there. It sort of felt like they gave 5JD the absolute control of the match. I would say 5JD was in control for a lot of it, but I would say 5JD's low ground plans felt more like calculated wide angles.
Okay.
And DSC's low ground plans felt like more desperation. We need to drop and kill something. Of which, yeah, they did definitely get like 3 kills on the low ground, but I feel like the moment that they did, they just gave 5JD full control.
So going forward, if it's an issue with Darkseid Corsairs maybe not being able to trade evenly against JGX, if they're just continuously getting out traded, which kind of looked like the case here to me, what kind of adjustment would they be able to make on these other maps?
I
mean, if you know your opponents just shoot better than you, like, do you just brawl rush them, or do you?
Well, actually, we've got Team 1 locked at this point, so let's push on to mining, and we can discuss exactly that, maybe with a little more focus on it on the map. That might help answer that question on what can you do.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. If I'm not confident in beating my opponent in trades, I am definitely going to try. Cap strats don't work on mining. Mining is too small of a map to cap strat. So I really think that DSC's best option is just a balls to the wall brawl. Though, brawling on mining is an interesting thing. Mining is definitely one of those maps where there's not a lot of new tech, just because it's been around for so long. But I think, that's the wrong color. I think if I was DSC, I would honestly just go over Citadel line, Gamma, Epsi, push, and wrap in. I know 5JDX likes to brawl on this map. I know it's a very common choice for them. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they were going to brawl here, but I feel like if I was DSC, I would just push over Epsilon Gamma side, and then if 5JDX wraps around Sigma side here and tries to control, DSC just needs to get the 3 cap and hold. But a brawl sitting on 3 cap if the enemy tries to kite, I really feel like that's the type of strat DSC needs in order to beat 5JDX here. Because as last match showed, straight up trading is not really the best play.
All right, and actually, let's see if they come to the same conclusions. I'm going to go ahead and launch this match. Both teams are ready, so off we go. Thank you, Tios.
That being said, though,
yes,
I'm also not a favor of rewriting strats on the fly. I feel like writing strats the minute of the match is how you lose every game. So there's a very solid chance that even after losing drop 1, DSC may do the same thing and just stick to their guns, which I will fully respect.
Yeah, I would agree with that. My time with DPS and every time someone's like, why don't we change this strat? Every single time it's like the day of or the day before it goes poorly. There's definitely something to that. All right, waiting for the teams to load in. I hear the music. That was quick. All right, I am... Which side am I on? I am on 5J side. All right, so we've got Catapult A1. There's our 6T, a Viper F, some Kit Foxes. What are we looking at here? SRM Bomber on the Catapult. Binaries and Smalls on that Crusader. Hang on. There we go. That's what we're missing. And then we've got Overwatch Marauder. Heavy, large, and mediums. Exy with the ER peeps. Let's see what the summoner is. Summoner is SRM. So 5J is just going to do a push here. Absolutely. And off they go. They're almost to Theta using their open side. What do we got on DSC side?
Darkseid Corsair's got a number of Pop-Tart mechs. Summoner is ERPPC. Executioner is triple ERPPC. Rival, Crusader, and the Firestarter all have some PPCs of one type or another. So I'm expecting more of a trading setup here.
5J not taking Epsilon. It was not to draw attention, but they are spotted. They're absolutely spotted by what would have been up there? The Crusader getting some shots off.
Yeah, got the spot there with the
and
Eagle.
Darkseid Corsairs pulling back to receive as soon as they spotted it. It might be a little too late, but they are stretching out the line to see what they can do, buy themselves some time. They're not getting quite enough armor off of 5J as they gather and move into the push. Any second here, the momentum stalled just a smidge. And here we go with the Summoner and the Light Pack pushing on the left side. Bacon Lord open somewhere at 90%. That's usually like a head, open head. Yep. And the rest of them pushing Darkseid Corsairs into this corner. Epic Poner with the Rival at 69%. Just trying to hold off. And Indian in the Crusader is the first one to get jumped here at 42%. Let's see, 34, holding on as much as he can. Brower moving on with the Summoner up against House, Hollow, and Zelk as the rest of finished up Indian. We've just got a straight up brawl with mechs that I don't think we're ready to brawl. Poner trying to get in there with the Rival, just getting swatted down by Brower in the Summoner. And we've got all the rest of the mechs just trying to hold the high ground as 5J tries to jump up it and push in. Hollow open at 52%. Red probably really close to being halved. There's the half. House and the Phoenix Hawk going down. It is now 3-0 in the favor of 5J as they go through here. Hollow going down as well. 5J just getting all around the Darkseid Corsairs. The Darkseid Corsairs did not pull back quite far enough, allowing 5J to surround.
Positioning at all from Darkseid Corsairs.
Yep.
Also some issues with focus fire.
Yeah. Oh, it's hard when you're surrounded. Like Ghosty was saying, you can't even twist. And there goes Primos down. Primos down. Hang on, clear out of the way. Thank you. 2 legs. So yeah, very, very aggressive. There's that balls to the wall push that Tios was talking about, I think. And just brutally done. It is an 8-0 sweep on that one. Well done to 5J on that push.
Low ammunition count remaining on Brower's Summoner there at the end. But they had enough. Didn't even run out.
Damn. So the side that I said should brawl got destroyed by a brawl. Feels bad. Sorry, I looked at the stream and I saw the Gengar gif and I was like, that's cute. And I was like, wait, that's me. It's actually not my profile picture anymore. Hasn't been it for a hot minute. But anyways, yeah, this felt like a DSC scout failure, to be honest. It felt like DSC couldn't scout the push, and as a result, couldn't move on the map properly to respond. So when you don't know the brawl push is coming, you just lose. If you fail to scout the brawl push and you let the brawl push catch you off guard, you sort of just forfeit your win right there. Because DSC ended up fighting in a close quarters battle in that little corner of the map near Epsilon. They fought in that little corner and they didn't have brawl mechs. Like, they had Goss ER large mechs is what it looked like up close. Ivor, you do not have a macro to say Team 1 5 minutes beginning now.
You know Lord. What? Listen, I'm going to one-up you, Tia. I got one for Team 2 too.
Oh my goodness. You know what? If I had to type it 8 times in one day. Sorry.
Yep.
five drops, 4 games.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's okay. Too much. That's
Smarter,
fair.
not harder, Tios.
Yeah. But yeah, it just felt like when you don't scout the brawl push and you let the brawl push catch you off guard and immediately get up close, the only way you beat brawl is get early damage as they try to close, and by kiting and pulling range and farming them as they approach. and DSC couldn't scout it. They couldn't farm. They couldn't get that, or they couldn't get that early damage on approach. And yeah, that sort of spelled the loss. Like they sort of lost inside the first minute. To be entirely honest, like
just if that the map here quick. The retreat position that the Dark Sea Corsairs took from the high ground smokestacks, pulling back to behind this container here. That just is not a good position to receive. The lights are able to play with cover around this satellite dish in the low ground for anyone who drops down there, or even if you stay in this passageway beside the smokestack, the brawlers are just going to be on you instantly. And taking cover behind this container, trying to pop dart from there, that is just not gaining you distance from the brawl, and it's playing into that close range, fast closing range that the light mechs could employ. I did not. Dropping from the smokestacks, yes, you want to pull back and gain distance, but you need to open up the map, move toward cupcakes or something, not into the corner of Fox 3.
The correct movement would have definitely been to fade over towards cakes. I was drawing on the wrong map strat like an idiot. But yeah, moving back here was definitely not the play. If DSC moved over to cakes, they probably would have at least gotten 1 or 2 mechs open by the time 5 JDX closed, which may have been enough to turn the tides in the match, to be honest.
It was the opening that was the mistake, though. All of the mechs were clustered up in one area. So by the time you spot the push coming, with how hard it was going to hit, there wasn't time to gain that separation. Receiving a brawl is very much about presetting, having your mechs spread out already before you see a brawl push coming, getting that scout early, and then adjusting which part of your team you need to adjust while the other team can fire to cover them. If you're all clustered up in one grid, it's not going to work out 90% of the time.
I feel like even grouping up in and of itself is not a bad thing, but it's where they grouped up. In a place with no lines, too much cover to approach. I mean, 5 JDX can walk up here. Oopsies, that's the wrong color. 5 JDX can walk up here and be safe. 5 JDX can hug the crates here, walk up and take almost no damage. There are just too many routes to cover from there, and grouping up in the middle of the map would have been a lot more beneficial. Of course, it's also a little bit harder to sort of react to that. I mean, if I was DSC, I would have looked at the Lance arrangement and immediately gone like, all right, they're going hardcore this side. If they push, we're going to have to bail immediately. But even looking back on their drop decks, let me go back to it real quick. DSC actually doubled down on Gamma side, which I feel like definitely a poor play, but also one thing I'm sort of seeing is that DSC's lights were a little bit more cap focused, or not cap focused, but I wouldn't say cap focused. They didn't really fight for Theta, but their lights weren't really focused on scouting. Looking at it right now, I see a rival and a fire starter that are just sort of sitting low ground when immediately what they should be doing is just jumping straight to the top. If you are on mining and you are a mech that can jump, the first thing you're doing is going to the ceiling.
All right, moving on to Polar Highlands.
Yeah, real quick, because both teams are now locked. So speed run Polar Highlands.
All right. I hate this map too. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I hate this map. I think 5JDX is just gonna 5JDX team 2. Yeah, I really think that they're just gonna run a control strat on Gamma Hill. I really think that they're just gonna set up Gamma Hill. They're gonna set up H9 and I-10, and I really think that they're just gonna plan to trade down. I think they're just gonna set up Gamma Theta Sigma, establish Triangle Bros, and then I think they're just gonna hold. I think that they're going to hold. I think they're going to rely on... I think in these past 2 drops, 5JDX is probably feeling very confident, and they're probably just like, yeah, we're just going to sit here and trade these guys down. I think... And you know what? Given how these past 2 drops go, I think that's a valid mindset. DSC, I honestly think they're just going to run up to I8 and H8 and just try to trade. I don't think they're going to run a brawl here.
All right,
if you don't brawl on mining or Vitric, I don't think you're going to brawl in Polar.
Fair enough. All right, moving on over to the match as we move into that. Thank you, Tio. Sorry to put you on the spot there for the last 30 seconds, but
no, it's fine.
Well stepped up. We'll move on to Polar Highlands here, which could be our last if 5J wins this one. That is our best of 5, and we will move on to the next match, which might end up giving us quite a bit of time. So. Here we go. The teams are coming on in. I'm over here with 5J. We'll get an Incubus, a Viper, and a Shadowcat for our fast movers. Meanwhile, we got a Stalker, a Summoner, Crusader. This could be another somewhat pushy bit. Jiffy in here with Gauss and ER Large, Mad Cat, Gyatso with 6 ER Large Stalker. So actually, we've got... and an ER Large Crusader as well. So yeah, they are gearing up for a trade. What's on the Summoner? Oh, PPC Summoner instead of the SRMs. There it is. All right, so yeah, 5J setting up for a trade with honestly a smaller bit of Wolfpack than they usually run with. So that'll be interesting. They are taking the first. Darksea Corsairs might be given away by not taking the home caps, but what do we got over there?
Yeah, Darksea Corsair is running a lot of binary lasers. They've brought an Inner Sphere Warhammer, the 70-ton heavy. They've got a Catapult, Jester, the hero with binaries as well. Some ERPPCs on the Crusader. Executioner is quad ER large though, so they have range. It looks a little bit push to me though, not like a mid-range push, not as tradey as sometimes this map could be played.
All right, we're getting some action on Theta here. A couple of traded shots here between Cougar, Brower, maybe Bacon Lord, and Indian here, who's down to 88%. And with some back open, that is rough. But yeah, didn't have any support. So 5J is going to take Theta. No one interested in Kappa or Gamma at this point. I feel like 5J has to be, well, actually, Darksea Corsair set up the receiving line in the usual spot here, right on the backside, using those choke points, but there's no push coming. It's just going to be up to the traders to, well, trade. Ivazovsky moving to get angles with a 4 ER large Executioner over here, not going with the PPC build. A little bit more denial over Theta if needed, and they are moving into trading positions. Yeah, it's looking pretty close, but ultimately Bacon Lord's the only one that's taken any somewhat significant damage in the rival here. It's probably spread all over the place, probably the result of maybe an airstrike or something. Yeah, 5J just continuing to win these trades. JP Django down to 92% in the Crusader. There's that line. Someone who's out there about to take Gamma and then probably move on. Oh no, that's Dario. Does Dario have large on that? One heavy large, so might decide to take Pride Rock there. But Darksea Corsairs are kind of rotating away and around into our, I guess, sort of main trading line over here of Monk, Cougar, and Brower. Brower out on the wing here, just trying to keep a lookout on that flank side, trading a little bit of fire with Red Baron, who unleashes some maybe light machine gun fire. It was really odd to see machine gun fire. No, those are heavy machines, so some heavy machine gun fire from extreme range. As who's this? Indian also looking to push up this flank and move on to some traders. Checking back in, we've got Merkj in the Catapult down to 78%. Again, 5J all in the 90s pretty much. Ooh, Bacon Lord taking a little bit of a hit there. So trades
getting left behind a little.
Yep.
They might get dove here. They do have support behind them, so they're playing to the side of the cover that gives them support.
Yep. House Hollow, Merkj all working together to take Theta, succeed in neutralizing it, so that buys them a little bit more time as they continue to work on it. 5J rotating around, taking those the Gamma side high points there rather. Yep, Monk staying behind to get some shots off. We'll see if see what happens here. Indian and Red Baron coming along. A about to go for the pick here. Here we go. Starting to get some fire on here. Cougar still in the low ground. I don't know if they know he's there. They do now. All right, Monk dropping off the side. Red Baron and Indian basically just taking that trading point away. Hopefully gonna relieve some pressure, but Ivazovsky over there at 67% in the Executioner. That's not looking real great as he moves to get some angles and take over that spot that they just vacated. He is open CT. So 5J just going in there. Let me see if I can find the rival here as he works his way around. Bacon Lord, and we have sent someone over to, or 5J in any case, has sent someone over to take Epsilon to re-solidify that cap lead and keep that pressure up on the Dark Sea Corsairs. Looking at Jiffy's still at 95%. Cougar and that Viper still at 96. They are holding onto their armor and just absolutely putting the fire out on the Dark Sea Corsairs. Dark Sea Corsairs going to need to play a little conservatively there, which is just allowing 5J to further exert that. There goes Ivazovsky finally. Bacon Lord gets a shot off with those peeps in the rival. Closes off that CT hollow. Also open CT. So here you look at 5J, and what they are doing is just straight up focusing CT. So you're seeing some excellent focus fire there. Merc J and the catapult open in a lot of places. And halved here.
About to go down.
Yep, Weapon Master pushing up in the summoner. Just Theta is mine now. And 5J starting to collapse. They are up by 3 mechs. And they're just going to push this advantage and push into them. The tides have turned to where they're capable. Bacon Lord even up here in the rival, about to be halved. All right, so Red Baron, Epic Poner, and Indian looking to focus fire here. Weapon Master going down to his own heat. Let's see here. Cougar, Bacon, yeah, any of these mechs could be on the chopping block, but oh, hey, who's out here? We've got Brower in the Shadowcat here, getting back shots in this spot. So Pona, Red Baron, and Indian just putting themselves essentially, in the barrel to be shot at from both sides here. And 5J absolutely taking advantage. Yep.
Mechs on both sides of them.
Bacon Lord finally goes down. Red Baron down. All right, so we've got Zelk House and Indian. Indian's going to die here real shortly, I would think. No, he's getting away in the lantern, maybe trying to sneak Theta, as it is a 5 cap advantage right now on the point of 5J. Zelk being left here in the rival against 4-5 mechs at this point. Indian coming in to scrap with Dario is going to be a little too late, and at 34%. And here's, there we go. I mean, what more is to say? It 5JDX absolutely corralling the Dark Sea Corsairs here, and ending with a 5 cap. Very decisive match here on the at a 5J.
Looks like their mechs were, some of them were wounded, some of them looked relatively healthy there, just quickly flipping through them.
Yep. Looking at damages real quick here, we are have almost 700 damage from Monk. In that Stalker, 500s as well. Just a lot of damage. There is a tale to be told there, but I think what really happened here is 5J's focus fire on that CT just was absolutely brutal for the DSC traders.
Focus fire was better. Positioning, they appropriately did the rotation pullback. But I think a lot of it just comes down to everyone shooting the same targets and a little bit to aim as well.
All right, there's some of those stats for you to look at. Tios, I know you have to run for the next match, but if you could give us a quick rundown before you go that, because we do have, well, actually, no, we're coming up on time, aren't we?
We have like 19 minutes.
Yeah. So if you want to give a quick rundown of what happened there and maybe talk about how 5J set themselves up for that. That would be...
Both teams honestly sort of played how I predicted, just sort of taking those early trading spots. Both teams were a little less cap heavy or a little less cap oriented than I would have thought given their trading decks, but really this just felt like a repeat of drop 1. DSC wasn't able to win their trades. 5 JDX was just in trading control since the start of the match, and then at the end the push was just cleanup. I think it was really cut and dry from 5 JDX. They just felt that they were going to win their trades and that they were confident, so they were just able to go in and clean it up afterwards. Honestly, I think it was a really technical match, and really, I can't like look at like DSC's strat and be like, they could have moved here better. They could have moved here better. I really think what it just boiled down to was, if you're gonna run a trading deck against 5JDX, you need to be able to beat 5JDX in trades, and DSC wasn't able to do that, unfortunately. All right, I do see Bacon Lord's here. So, Bacon Lord, I'm going to leave the medal table in your hands. I hope you give good commentary as I prepare with my team for our match.
Good luck to you.
GG's.
All right, and welcome, Bacon Lord. Thank you for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
All right. Let's see. I have no real idea of necessarily what is coming up next. So as we get set up, if you want to take to the map room and talk through that match or any points that seem of interest to you, that may be a good time filler as Therex and I get stuff swapped over.
Yeah, you talking about the last match?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna load the map strap. I mean, basically what happened at least from the 5J's perspective is we initially took this cap and then we were going to see what was going on, and essentially like, you want to scout what's going on over here, right? At that point we had seen that there was a lanner. There was a lanner coming for Theta, and a Vapor Eagle way far away. You could say like there's a lanner here and there's Vapor Eagle back there. So we knew it basically wasn't a push. At that point is when we saw that there were trader assaults back here. So at that point forward, it's like, okay, well, it's going to be kind of standard. So we switched from like, okay, maybe it's a receive into let's spread out and start trading and encapsulate them. So we basically just, as Tio said, we just traded them down. I don't know. It's not really anything fancy or special that happens. Just shot them and they died.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how else to say it. Just, there was no, I mean, it's a big open map. Like,
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much to say, and I think the story of all three drops there was just you guys out trading, quite frankly. But yeah, looking at that scouting and how crucial it was. Actually, how about mining? Because that was interesting. You guys seem to get the.
I was about to say, if you need time, I can go to mining.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
The thing about mining is, I took some time and I watched all of their VODs. And one thing I noticed is that in every single drop, DSC favors heavy control over this area. Everything here, right? They love that spot. So the idea was, let's just NSR them. We'll just push on that lower. We'll prepare to push on the lower side of the map, but still scout. So in that instance, we need to make sure we look here. We need to make sure we look on the back of the map, and we need to make sure that we can see here. So we essentially just took our home caps and then pushed in. And once we saw that they were here and starting to kind of run away a little bit, it's like, okay, let's go, let's ascend it. So our bigs go over the top. Monk had an epic 1v1 battle against the Mislinks, in which he defeated the Mislinks menace. The rest of our team, went around here, and we pretty much primarily fought in this area down here. I don't know why the Crusader jumped into our brawl push, and I don't know why the Vapor Eagle jumped into our brawl push, because they had kind of a good spot to receive here. I want to say they were up on these ramps, maybe like in this spot is where they were set up. And it kind of was a good spot to pop chart and fight from. However, with that said, it was a Crusader that jumped into our pack, and a Vapor Eagle just jumped all the way in. So we basically kind of got those two mechs. And once we got those two mechs, it was like, okay, let's send it. Let's go in. Let's finish this off. And we jumped in and we just went from one mech to next, and it's sort of cleaned up. So,
all right, I'm gonna
all the while, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
Real
Sorry.
Quick. Level's actually taking over casting on MWO Leagues 2, so this is Therex signing off, and For the continuing analysis from Bacon Lord, you'll probably want to pop over to MWO Leagues 1 for anyone, for the main MWO Leagues channel for anyone on MechWarrior Online Leagues 2 channel, and take it away, Level.
All right, thank you very much, Therax, and we'll catch you later. All right, hang on. Just swapping stuff over to Level side. Welcome, Level.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Your logo is now Chester Cheeto, and I don't know. Let me see if I can fix that.
Hey, you can use Chester or the potato. For those that know, there's a reason why I switched to the Chester for a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. Let me see. That should swap it over to the potato that we all love and acknowledge existence of. All right. Let's see here. Position that over. All right, here we go. All right. Let's see. We got about 10 minutes to match start, about 5 minutes till map ban. Bacon, while we got you here, can we pick your brain on some Crimson Strait a bit? That's a map you didn't get to play here. But talk a little bit about what you guys would see. I am specifically asking sort of an educational. We've talked about this a bunch in terms of where the heart. Actually, you know what? We've talked about this a bunch. How about Hibernal? In terms of what you would think some advantageous spots are to look for, maybe in your scouting, or some hard points to hold. Maybe some various ways to various pathing that y'all might use in various situations. I mean, it's a broad list, but that might give you a start.
All right, so I'll just start with Team 1. I think a common strategy for this map is just to NSR. There's a couple of good paths you can take. So from Team 1, you can always do the path where you kind of follow this ridge and you come in. And by doing that, you're shielded from this side of the map, right? So by doing that, you can kill these mechs here, and you can kill this mech here, and then you can encapsulate in. The other route that you can kind of do is you can go over Theta, and you can put your bigs on the inside of this curve, which means that you kind of don't get shot from this side here, and you can focus on killing this stuff. I've seen some teams kind of go out far wide towards Kappa with a push, and the problem with that is when you initially set up to play a match, you're going to be the first most important thing of every drop is what? To push the override button, okay? What's the second most important thing? Check to make sure you don't have a heat bug. Okay, third most important thing, scouting. So when you're playing against any team, you're going to want to scout, and the places that you're going to want to be scouting is what's over here from Team 1's perspective. What's here? Is there something there? Is there a mech there? Is this trench here clear, or are there mechs pushing on it? You know, what's going on around Theta? And let's say as the map progresses and you get a mech here and you get a mech here and you're scouting and you see nothing. Nothing is seen. There's nothing over here. There's nothing here. There's nothing over here. You can basically deduce that this area here is got a lot of mechs. So it just kind of comes down to deductive reasoning based on what you scout, that okay, there is likely a very big push that's going like this, and they're going to come up behind us. So it's just a matter of scouting and really just reacting to what you see, instead of having a super rigid plan of we're just going to go here and hold this and shoot. Because I mean, you kind of want to have like a general plan for every map, but you still need to be flexible enough to realize what the enemy team's doing and then adjust accordingly. I think the most common play style for this map, if you're playing standard, is probably you put a mech up here for Team 2, you put like 1 or 2 mechs here, you put a mech there, and then you have a wolf pack or something like that will roll around. Like that's kind of like your standard like trade-ish, in my opinion. From Team 1 side, I'll use green. Normally we'll put a mech there, a mech here, maybe another Pop-Tart there, or like a Crusader. And then you can have your, what's it called? Another trader over there. And then, you have your wolf pack kind of floating around. So it's kind of like a standard setup for Hibernal. I think what a lot of teams aren't necessarily playing on this side of the map. And the reason is, in my opinion, is there's a lot of, again, I might just be completely talking on my butt here, but there's a lot of cover here, right? Like a lot of cover, a lot of hills and whatnot. So it's hard to get Overwatch from your salt mechs that are, let's say, setting up here, setting up here, setting up there. Even from the other side, your salts are set up there. You're not going to have any Overwatch in this general area. You're basically on your own. So it's risky in the sense that if you send one light there, that light has to be exceptionally cautious, because if it gets into a fight, it's by itself. So I think that's why a lot of teams tend to be a little bit more cautious around that area. You can put like a Pop-Tart mech like up here, or even like maybe like here-ish kind of, or back here, and you can kind of assist, but it's not like you're gonna have a lot of tonnage over there. The only exception would be is if you moved your entire team around that way, but that I don't feel is super common to try and go for a Kappa Theta home cap play. I feel like most teams try to go for home cap Theta Epsi, and then they'll maybe come in and squirrel around Kappa. But I think the primary fights on this map are always going to be Epsi and Theta. If you want to take a peek at, let's see, I could do a different map.
Yeah, we're just don't need a whole lot of time here. Just trying to get both in for the map selection at this point. So,
and this is Emmy versus
MEV Avens. Yep.
Okay. I think personally that this is going to be like the closest match of the day, in my opinion. I think there's a chance that Emmy can win, but they're going to have to be playing at 200%. Genuinely, they're going to have to be playing their asses off to win this. They can win. Abins also, sometimes they do questionable things. People fall off the platforms. People get greedy and push in, whatever. And if Emmy's playing on their A game and Abins maybe makes a mistake, I think they really could take a couple drops off them. They could win. I think if both teams are playing perfectly, it should go in Abin's favor if both teams are playing perfectly. But it's not like Emmy can't win. Emmy definitely could win this.
Yep, they've got a lot of good players. They've curated a bunch, but even some of the top in the game. So it'll be definitely an interesting match to see where me sets up. All right, just looking for the OK for Bowser. I'm going to switch us over to the map selection screen here.
1 second.
Yeah.
Don't jump. You have so much to live for.
All right, let's see here. All right,
my delay is working good.
Excellent. Yeah, levels getting things up midstream here. We're going to begin the map selection process here.
Yeah, we are good.
All right.
Well, buddy. Okay, Daddy has something important to do. Go.
So, do you have any while we're looking at maps? Do you have any insight on map selection strategies? Because that is an angle that I had not necessarily considered. But I know Tios mentioned some stuff last time.
I gotta turn level down. Hold on a second.
Yep.
Okay. There 100% is some serious strategy that goes into map selection. And I think it's something that all team captains really need to consider. What are our team's strengths and weaknesses? not only that, but what are the other team's strengths and weaknesses? What does the other team prefer? I'll use DSC for example because it significantly affected our pick rate. We knew that they preferred to play on Hibernal Team 1. We knew that they preferred to play on Mining. They preferred to play Team 1 on Mining. So the maps that we picked was more or less what maps do we care about the side that we're on. Because you remember, if you pick a map, you do not get to choose the side. So it depends on, like for Vitric's kind of a more androgynous map. It's there are differences for the sides, but it's not as massive as, say, Crimson Strait. Crimson Strait has some pretty significant differences between the sides and the play styles that you can even attempt to bring on that map. So Mining, kind of similar. There are different play styles for either side of Mining. So a team needs to go in and say, what does the other team prefer? What do I prefer? What's my team's strengths? What's the other team's strengths? And then formulate a pick rate. Okay, we're going to pick this map first and this map second. And then, depending if you're team 1 or not, we pick this map third. So in that instance, I would say team 2 kind of has an advantage because they get to choose their side on 3 maps. But team 1 gets to pick the order of the basically 2 of the first 3 maps to get played. So if team 1 is stronger and they're basically guaranteeing they're picking the first 2 maps, you just have to be mindful of that. Like if you know your team's really strong at something and you want to end a match quick, you don't want to string it out. Okay, we can pick the 2 maps where we think we can win the quickest, you know. Some teams will prefer to play smaller maps because they don't want to give a team time to string out a match, for example. I think there's quite a bit of strategy involved with map picking. And I'm looking forward to seeing what maps Abins prefer.
Yeah, so
Emmy prefers.
We're looking at that right now. So it looks like Abins is team 2 for everything except for Crimson Strait. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and get some stuff going here. Our first map is going to be Hibernal, which I know we just had you talk a whole bunch about. I'll send you over to the map room for right now, so we have something to look at. If you want to talk about now that we have teams,
yeah. So depending on, oh, they already did the picks and bans.
Yep, picks and bans are done. Hibernal, Vitric, Crimson, Mining Polar.
What side is Abins on?
Abins is on team 2 for Hibernal.
Okay, so Abins is going to be on the top. Emmy is who picked team 2?
That would have been ME, I believe.
So Emmy wanted. Okay, so that makes sense. I feel that Emmy prefers to play on the bottom of the map. Definitely. They like to play with assault mechs. They like to play kind of similar to 5J in the sense that they have some really good assault players and they will use them. So you're always going to see like Carbon, Bucks, Unfearing in traders, and they're going to be set up in various positions to really capitalize on their trading potential. It wouldn't surprise me to see traders there, see traders there, to see traders there, kind of in your standard trade positions, and then for them to just sort of have like a rotating wolf pack or even like some snubs or PPCs. It just depends if you want your wolf pack more aggressive, like more small lasers, or more skirmishy. And when I say that, the difference would be, are you bringing a fire starter with small lasers? Or are you bringing a fire starter with light PPCs and small lasers? Small pulse or small lasers. So if you're going more skirmishy, you have less of a chance of repelling a push, for example. Or if they have a stronger wolf pack, you might lose that wolf pack fight. However, if you take the more skirmishy light pack, your trader's going to have an easier time because you're going to be chipping. It's not a lot of damage to light PPCs, but you're going to be chipping on those assault mechs, and you get that damage indicator pops up, and it causes you to turn and look. You lose focus for a moment. Those Emmy traders are going to be able to do more damage. Abins being team 2, Abins is a bit more of a fluid team. I would not say Abins is very static. I would imagine they're going to be floating around. They would still probably have traders set up, but we'll see what they do. Abins has also brought Lerms on this map. I want to say they brought Lerms in Worlds last year. Not last year. What was it? Maybe it was mining. It's very not mining, Canyon, but they brought Lerms on this map. I wouldn't be surprised if they did something weird and brought Lerms.
That would be quite the power move for the first match. I mean, you said something like that might set a team off kilter. I will say Emmy, I was able to sit on a couple of scrims for them. They're also turning out to be a very dynamic team as well in terms of sitting up and moving and keeping things scrappy. So I'm interested to see how they're going to play against Abins, who is also a very mobile, very dynamic team as well, and where those moves and counter moves and, you know, who runs out of thought process faster, I think might come into, at least on Hibernal. It'll be interesting. Let me see, where are we at time? All right, yeah. So our timer has started exactly on time. Well done to those teams for getting through the map ban process and getting everything going. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Perfect. As I'm watching the countdown to give them their 2-minute warning. Perfect. All right, and then we're set on team 2. Yeah. So I'll be interested to see how this goes now. In I forget who. I think it was EQ that was setting up on some of the outside wall strats here for receives almost all throughout the invitationals. I don't know if Evans is going to take that up, but I'm always curious to see, you know, who's watching and who's adapting to what they're doing. I don't think Avens would necessarily need it. I don't think ME is going to do it. They're going to be much more forward focused, I guess, as it would than that stationary receive. But weird oddball strat.
I don't think that they would. I think setting up on the corners of the map or the spots that are out of bounds but don't quite triggers out of bounds is kind of lame and boring.
Yep.
It's kind of cheesy. I don't really like it personally. I think it's unsportsmanlike, but it exists so they can do that. I don't think that these teams would do that. They're not that type of team, so.
Yep. I would agree. So let's see. What else can we do for 5 minutes? Level, how you doing? Welcome. I know you haven't had a chance to say too much, but here we are. What are your thoughts?
Dude, I woke up from a nap, not gonna lie. Midday nap. It's mid-October. It's Saturday. I'm a grown man. I can nap in the middle of the but I woke up and it was so chilly out compared to this morning. This morning there's like sunshine out. I woke up and it's all gray and crap.
Yeah.
And cold.
It's chilly like Hibernal Rift. Sure. Just to redirect some attention here as we banter. This is not the comp banter or the weather report, sir.
Oh, hey, wait, it's not.
I know your life is comp banter.
Yeah, it really is.
So I guess do we? I guess making some of my thought. Talking to hi, bro. Sorry, not to cut you off. Level. I just had a thought. Are we looking? Do you think at sort of an over the theta movement from these teams, or are we cycling around the outside and something along the lines of a NASCAR, counter NASCAR kind of movement?
I mean, if both teams, I think, will kind of play, they definitely will have a theta presence. Like, Advent is going to have a theta presence. Emmy will have a theta presence. I don't think they'll push through it. I really don't. Both teams to me don't really seem like the NSR let's push type.
Mm-hmm.
So Team 2 has locked.
Oh, cool.
So we'll see.
All right, cool.
And watch the match though, so let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Since we are ready to go.
Oh, I got the chills, man. It's spooky season.
You need a house cloak Level.
I need one of those like dad robes. You know what I'm talking about?
No, absolutely not. Go tasteful and get just a wool cloak. Best decision you'll ever make. Anyway, we're loading into Hibernal here. All right. Oh, hey, Hibernal is one of those great ones that we can take a look. All right, so I think I'm on Aben's side here. We've got a PPC Shadowcat happening here, a Hunchback, basically a high alpha with 4 ER large, quad binary Stalker, Deathstrike with Gauss, medium and large pulse, Corsair here with Gauss ER large, standard. Oh, I'm sorry, that was not a standard flea. Small X pulse and Flamer on the flea. Teos with the PPC Crusader, and off over here is our Mistlinks. We're bringing Flamers. Are we bringing Flamers? No. Machine guns and heavy smalls and mediums for some variety there. Very interesting build on that for Texan Scrublord. What do we got over on the other side there?
Well, in the trader category, we basically just have ER larges, Stalker and Annie with ER larges. We got a Brawl Highlander. And then I believe this Crusader's ER Peeps. Yes. And then, you know, your standard wolf pack. Now, they have a Spider 5K.
Kaleth taking some damage on Theta and pushing off, giving Theta advantage for Theta. Sorry. Mecha Joyers advantage for Theta, that is. Just as a note.
All right, looking here at the start, Abbott's already... they have a firing line that extends from Opera House to Kappa. Or almost to Kappa.
Yeah, that's full map coverage. Sort of scouting it out, feeling it out, as they will do. You'll see Abbins take a large spread early on and then collapse it down. ME seems a little more, as you're pointing out, focused there towards the FC side. Just trying to figure out where the traders are. Keep things a little dynamic. Squishy and the Spider here threatening Theta, but Abbins right now with the cap lead, 2-1 at the moment as these tick down, and we continue to trade. Now, Unfearing at 81% in that Annie. Let's see if we can find what's going on there. Where are you at? Off here.
Him and Carbon are starting to push forward here on the Epsi side.
Yep.
With the traders, it looks like the team is just waiting for them to get into new positions.
Yeah, I think
they're all stacked here on the corner.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for that Overwatch to be in range here. Carbon Fire. Oh right, that was ER large. Yeah, and here's that push. They've got their Overwatch and now they're pushing. Expect them to stay in range of that Overwatch.
Severely messed up.
Oh yeah. But as we see, Abins
almost open.
Yep, Abins just holding the other side here. And taking shots, Butts in the Highlander 2C at 59% here as Avens just sort of closes the noose here. They were just waiting for that Mecha Joyer's push to wrap around the backside as Bucks goes down, and things continue to scramble up.
Squishy's like going after the Corsair 1v1. Well, it looks like Batchell's there in the fight. They did get the Corsair and they're rejoining the fight now.
Yeah, and they need to. Bowser will be next on their chop and block unless they go for Chimera. No, they're going for Chimera. That is the smart thing to do since Chimera is already open CT.
Yeah, there's Texan.
And there's Scrublord. Yep. Got your target of opportunity here, and Mech Enjoyer is starting to push over the hill. So Avens trying to close the gap there, get that surround. ME holding on and able to break out there
Avens
with Kelly and Squishy.
Wreck.
Yeah, absolutely. Scout Derek pushed down to the Shadowcat.
This is not good. Every team we've seen fight at the wreck has not gone well for them.
Yeah, Avens just getting pushed out. They need to move. Salith moving on to Caps, looking to solidify that lead and put some pressure on Mech Enjoyer. So what they've noted here, I bet, is that we have essentially their scrappers here, right? The Spider, the Mistlinks, the Crusaders. They're going to stay in range of their Overwatch, the Stalker and the Annihilator. So Avens doing the tactical pullout to try to draw them out, and then taking the caps to try to put pressure on Emmy to move out. Emmy countering with a Sigma cap, and it looks like they're getting ready to go over the hill now that their Overwatch is repositioned to something a little more favorable. Teos trading with the Crusader, getting a little hit here. Let's take stock here. Teos almost legged. Scout Derek is legged with one super toasted. Chimera's one touch CT. Bowser here just missing an arm, no big deal, and then Salith with the flea might be missing an arm, but otherwise not too bad. Emmy still pretty fresh with who they have. Kelly in the Shadowcat at 78%, being their most healthy by the numbers. This Viper here, missing an arm and some guns and open, in the corner. As we just get trade over this central thing, Emmy not willing to push out of bounds of their Overwatch, which is very smart. Aben's using this time to try to get in some trades as they can. MechWarrior and a whole bunch of numbers with the Stalker. MechWarrior 414, gonna expand my vocabulary here by a couple of characters at 71% in that Stalker. Just really getting some trade in here against Carbon Fire. Some Stalker on Stalker violence happening here as Emmy is starting to make a move here towards the Flea and the Shadowcat. Look for some relocation from their Overwatch. Yeah, as we begin to poke this corner here, Carbon Fire finally going down, losing the trades to MechWarrior 414. Chimera down at 47%, still managing to hang on in that death strike as Emmy rounds the corner with Batchel, Gill, and Hydro. Chimera going down. It is now continues to be in favor of Mech Enjoyers as Madcat goes down. But Aben still has, Mech Enjoyers still has that one mech advantage, though it's going to become two as Bowser gets focused down here with Batchel and Squishy. Unfearing going down first, though. Squishy going down first. Bowser holding on. Oh, well, not anymore. Batchel able to close that down. Looks like Salith is legged. So Mech Enjoyers looking to sort of collapse on who's left, and that is going to be Mech 414. Oh, yeah.
So it looks like Batchel legged the Flea and then rejoined the fight here with the Crusader and Mistlinks.
Yep, and that is what he needs to do because they do.
They did manage to get the Crusader. Now it's basically this Stalker versus two really heavily damaged mechs and a Shadowcat.
Yeah, Gil is legged, so that's going to be super problematic for them. Hydro, Kyle, and Batchel need to be focusing on those caps right now. With a 3-1 advantage in favor of Abens. Now they can do a quick on. Oh nope, there goes Batchel. This is going to end on caps, I think.
Oh no.
There goes Batchel. Batchel goes down. Hydro holding on in that Crusader. Mech 414 getting halved, but pulling it out. And then we've just got Gil with the Mistlinks left. 414 with 3 or 4 kills so far. That's quite the little rampage.
Point out how devastating those quad binary builds are. That Shadowcat was basically fresh at around like 82%, and then it just died. He just died.
Yeah, we're gonna see how Gil goes here. Yeah, Gil with a one-touch leg here, trying to turn Theta. It's not going to be near enough as we come into the 700 territory in favor of Abens. As Salith looks to be moving towards Sigma, he's not going to get there. There's not nearly enough time before this ends. So yeah, well done, Avens. Basically, even though they fell back in, Emmy focused a little too much on killing the mechs and trying to push that advantage that they had. They totally ended up neglecting the caps. And on the other side, Avens doing a very good job in making sure that they stayed down for a lot of that as they waited for their slower Overwatch to get in position there. We'll take a look at these damage numbers. 886 by Mech 414, 600 by Unfearing in those Annihilators. So we've got some heavy traders, but Avens just able to focus it down. The numbers are actually pretty similar looking at these. So it's largely, and you know, as we saw, there were only 2 Avens mechs left at the end and very hurt. So well done both teams. Looks like Avens positioning wins out, I think, here. But I'll send that over to Bacon for a more qualified opinion.
When you got the map thing up.
Yeah, I gotta give folks a couple seconds here to take a look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, no rush.
All right, and map room is up, so it's all yours.
So I think what Emmy did was really good. They had their assaults do like this wide push on the edge, and then their light pack kind of went like this. That was really good. they killed a mech here, and then they killed a mech here. But the problem is after this push happened, admins basically fell back into this pit and around Theta. At this point, they were up on caps, right? So like something you need to keep in mind the entire match is the caps. The fact that they had a 3 cap for so long was pretty damning. Especially the fact that after they killed the volcano mech, this is what happened, okay? You had, I think their assaults were like right here. The ME assaults were here, and their wolf pack was kind of all over the place here. At this point, their assaults needed to come up on the spine, and they needed to take the map control they just took and projected it. But instead, again, this is my opinion, it's not a fact. Instead, they thought the better play was to put both their assaults on Volcano. I don't really know why they would do that. They basically went from really destroying Abins and having a great push, and then they just kind of dropped the ball on that. There may have been a reason that I don't know. There could have been like maybe both their assaults were one touch or something. I don't know. But the fact of the matter is that they stalled out. They didn't go for Sigma. They could have went and put a mech here to Sigma. They could have got Epsi, Sigma, Gamma. They could have had a 3 cap if they wanted to play more passive, but I don't think that happened. And basically Selith went and capped around, and Abins just kind of kept them in this. They basically pushed. Emmy basically did an amazing push, and then gave up the advantage they have, and just kind of trapped themselves in one part of the map. So they gave Abins the entirety of the map to do whatever it is that they wanted, to the point that Abins completely rolled around. Again, a very mobile team. They completely wrapped around and took Emmy's spawn hill. So they had mechs here, they had mechs here, they had mechs up here, and they completely like took a breath, took a breather. Okay, breathe, boom, relax. How are we gonna handle this? Encapsulate them, and they pinned them down. It was a very good recovery from Abins, in my opinion, on that. I really strongly thought Emmy was gonna win that up until the point that this happened right here.
Yep.
The decision was made to, I don't know why, there was a reason, we don't know, but to go to Volcano with their assaults. Yeah. One thing I will say is that there is only 2 ramps, I want to say, to get up right here if you don't have jump jets. So you do kind of have to walk, but it is what it is.
Yep. All right, let's move on to Vitric, since we have one team locked at this point. We have some stuff holding over. But I do agree with you, and to throw a little insight, I think that Overwatch move was maybe to support it was Batchel, and I'm forgetting who the other pilot was over there, but I think it was to sort of solidify that side, but then it takes them so long to come back, it was probably not worth it. But anyway, Vitric.
Honestly, Vitric's kind of a one-dimensional map.
Yep.
I expect that they're going to have assaults set up on either side of their spawns. They're going to have stuff here, 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 here. Light mechs are going to come up, and they're going to be, skirmishing around these areas, or up here and up there. Same for Emmy. I would imagine they're going to do the same thing. They're going to be a little more skirmishing. Unless some team decides they want to do an NSR push or do some weird stuff. We'll see.
Yeah,
I like the sound of that. Getting weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, sort of along those lines, and interestingly, I think Emmy, if they have sort of similar movement, they might, it's not going to be an NSR, but I think they're probably going to be the aggressors this match. I think it's going to be up to Aben to receive and adapt. And I mean, when they receive, they'll wrap around just like we saw on Hibernal, would be my thought. But I think MB is definitely going to be the aggressors early on, just like we saw previous. Oh, and they locked at 2. Yeah, so I think with, as you said, Vitric one-dimensional match. So let's go ahead and launch, since there's not really much else to say.
Teams are ready to go. Let's watch.
Oh,
I'm excited.
all right.
This
I
one
apparently
should
have
be a
to
good
keep
one.
an eye on my OBS because the last drop, my Discord popped up on my over my OBS. I don't even know how.
Level,
And
no.
so
Level things.
half the
Just
match
level
people
things?
stared at my Discord. Yeah, level thing. Hey, you know what? I'm so tired of being. I'm tired of being a verb. Damn it.
We could make you an what is it? An adjective, I guess, if you want. See if we can make the there we go. It's like a little pin there with the sun.
But my OBS says it looks fine. So if there's any issues, I'm blaming Twitch at this point.
Listen, I had my Twitch moment. All right, let's see here. I got Avens on my side here. We've got our Shadow Cat, which I'm sure will be peeps or lasers or something like that. This Phoenix Hawk I want to see because we had a weird one earlier on. Light peeps on the Phoenix Hawk getting there fast. Laser Vom, a Shadow Cat. Let's see what else we got. Gauss and Large, Mad Cat, Light PPC Crusader. From Bowser there. ER peeps on the XC and a Mjolnir. Gonna have binaries on that, I bet. Yep, 2 and 5 mix between binaries and mediums, and I think that's pretty much all that we're gonna expect some variation on. So what do we got over here on ME side?
We got a Broiler and a Warhammer 2C. Both are Gauss and lasers. They brought that Brawl Highlander 2C again. We'll see how that works out this time. Batchel's in the Shadow Cat again. Phoenix Hawk snubs, so's the Crusader. Mislinks is your what you would and the Mislinks is your standard ED or hero Mislinks.
So ME, interestingly, taking a very low ground position here. Granted, it's with the mechs that have the jump jets to get up high really quick, but not a whole lot of top presence here. Avens straying towards the right side. Or the north side of the map.
Tios was over here in the south side taking pot shots, but 4 mechs are about to dive him. Can he? Is he going to get out of here alive?
Yeah, nah, it looks like he just got pushed back. He's going to have Salith for some sort of support, but not a whole lot. They need to pull out, even though it's just Batchel and Squishy giving chase here. Tios down to 88%. Batchel kind of holding off, and ME sort of takes this corner if they want it, but it looks like they don't. Those 2 mechs coming back to join the line instead of taking that territory as Avens starts to wrap around towards Kappa, splitting this a little north-south.
Yeah, Avens currently, they're pretty stacked on chicken foot.
Yeah, chicken foot, in case you're wondering. It kind of looks like a chicken foot. And yeah, here we go. They are stacking up. They might be about to take the top, honestly. Looking at these mechs with all with jump jets, they can jump that gap fairly easily. Bowser is on top there countering Bucks, who doesn't really have he needs to fight Bowser or get shot from the other side. Bucks is in a real bind here. Hydro Kyle down below. Let's see what Hydro is seeing down here. Not a whole lot. Looks like trying to counter maybe Lizzie up there in the Executioner.
Carbon Fire did try to do some trades, 1v2 trades, and they did not go well in his favor. His mech, his Broiler, is already getting... the damage is pretty spread, but that CT is already getting orange armor.
Yeah, looking at the position, they're very low ground, ME, and Avens is also on the high ground, so they are covering so much more of the map right now, and able to make those like 2v1, 3v1 trades here as ME just tries to gain some sort of a position. Bucks down to 79%. Looks like something might be a little open there. Let's take a look. Nope, just damage all over the place. Still relatively fresh. All right, so there's an EPSI switch for ME, and that is going to start to, with Avens being concentrated on this side, that's going to start to apply some pressure there. Avens is going to have to react here or get some kills. Time is not their friend at the moment, as the caps will switch over, the cap points will switch over to ME here in the next few seconds. And we got Scrub Lord and Bowser, and also Salith trying to make a move over here towards EPSI, get that back. And that is going to flip that pressure back to ME. ME looks like they're, I'm going to say Avens has a bit of an armor advantage here. ME losing their trades in a sort of a micro way to some, well, maybe not so much micro, but it's starting to add up basically as Avon starts to take some more of the map as they try to concentrate against those traders on the chicken foot.
Now, Avens does have 2 mechs completely out of this fight right now. Bucks is still eating a lot of damage here in center. Being SRMs and LBX-20, his 2 large pulls are all he has to trade with his 95-ton mech.
Yeah, I think he's looking for the push, and they don't really have a spot for him to do that. They're trying to find that positioning and that advantage, but Avens is just really using their cover, using their Pop-Tarts, and sticking together as a team that pushes. It would be devastating, especially, pushing low ground to high ground. That's going to be tough. Scout Derek comes back in the Shadow Cat. The rest of their mechs seem to be returning to Avens for a little bit of a concerted effort here. Unfearing in the Warhammer, we haven't really been talking about, down to 67%. He's going to be over here on the Citadel trading over with Gauss and ER Large, open from the back, which is interesting. Must have turned around to fall back a little bit, as Emmy does seem to fall back and condense a bit in regards to Avon's push.
Cap lead. They finally took cap lead. But Bucks is still bleeding armor. I don't know how much longer he can keep up where he's at before they just start picking him up. Now, 414 and Tios are starting to do shooting down at the fight on looks like on Hydra.
Yep, and Chimera goes down. Picked. First kill to ME. That's actually a significant amount of weapons as Avens takes the top and starts to collapse on ME. ME putting up a fight though. Bucks finally getting to use most of the weapons, but at 47%, maybe not a whole lot of those left.
Now underneath is a huge brawls going on. Hydra Kyle goes down. Scout Derek and Bowser and Texan are about to get Gil.
Yep. Let's see. We got Mad Cat and Tios fighting over here on the side. Tios open CT and open leg, but Mech 414 in there. Bucks finally goes down. Theta getting flipped. Avon's just doing it while they're there. Avon's very, very hurt. We'll see if some of these fresher mechs are able to close it for ME, but they are also, there's just a lot of weapons still on the field. It's not about armor at this point. It's about the weapons to get rid of it. Batchel really just kind of holding on, making the shots count, putting a good burn into Tios there, but not quite enough. Tios one touch. Yep, there we go. Batchel going down. Those binary lasers from that grasshopper doing some damage.
Batchel with the kill.
Yep. Lizzie taking out Squishy and their Scrub Lord. All right, so we've just got Unfearing back here with the Warhammer. Let's take a look. Mostly CT on that for that maul. Not enough to cap. So Avens with the cap lead again is gonna switch over here in a couple seconds. Unfearing has the weapons, I think, to kill a lot of these folks, but there's just too many weapons on the field against him, as we see. Just getting taken out, just straight CT. It was weak already. Well played by Avens on the second map there for Vitric.
Yeah, GG Avens.
Taking a look at some of those damages, we have 609 or 690 here for Mech 414, a perpetual high damage dealer. 609 for Lizzie and the Executioner. Salith doing a lot of capping and stuff, so understandable double D there. ME damages just a real nice spread overall, but I think it comes down to a lot of that damage was just that. It was spread. A lot of very hurt mechs on the Avon side with, one or two hits to kill. And we're going to throw you some more stats here. Take a look at that, catch a couple of those, and then we'll head over to the map and turn it over to Bacon while we get these guys sorted on the other end. All right, and we're there, Bacon, whenever you're ready.
Cool. So, I mean, it's basically your normal Vitric match. You're going to have people set up. You're going to have people kind of be skirmishy. One thing that Avon said that I thought was kind of interesting is they really kind of focused on skirmishing down here and really pressuring this sort of like side angle, I think they basically were just skirmishing harder than Emmy was skirmishing. I think both teams played that drop pretty well. Just to be honest. I think both teams played really well. I think Abins realized the point in which they were able to basically go from being in this area to slightly wrapping around to basically coming around this corner. And I don't know if a mech dropped on Theta or whatnot, but I couldn't quite see with the angle. But at one point, they fully sent it on Theta and just started cleaning up. They decided, hey, we've skirmished long enough. There's enough mechs open. Let's make a decisive strike. Let's go in and slap them. So that's what they did. They came in. They did a good, clean push near the end, and they just sort of went on cleanup duty. I can't fault either team for really making any mistakes. I didn't see any. I think both teams played to the best ability, and both teams played very well. And it was a good match. Good match to watch.
Hey, awesome.
Now, I'm not sold on the Highlander. Like, I get why they brought it, but only having the 2 LPL felt like it there at the that corner it was trading at, specifically right here.
Is it supposed to be like a Crusader? Like, I don't get it.
I think the idea was they were planning to be more aggressive, but then Avens was all piled up and they couldn't make that push, so he got a little stranded. That's my guess.
Yeah, because he was getting shot at by Lizzie, and the whatever Pop-Tart over here would shoot him, because he was hiding this corner basically the whole match. And then occasionally something would jump up here and hit him in the side. So it bled armor the whole time. But yeah, the LB20 and the SRMs, as you already mentioned, Ivor, it was obviously for a more aggressive like push style, but that it stalled out, and then it just became your classic, as Bacon Lord said, pretty well played.
Out of curiosity, that was Bucks in there, right? I'm going to head back to the scoreboard real quick. Let's look at damage taken, which we should have here. No, apparently we don't have damage taken on the stats. That's interesting. I wanted to see how much damage he took overall. All right, heading back to Matt.
Yeah, this Highlander 2Cs have a lot of armor. He he had to at least share his like 600-700 easy.
I would think so. But hey, we're let's hop on over to Crimson. Coming in the middle of our map here. This could be a decider. If Avens takes another win.
Aben's going for the clean sweep here. It's up to Emmy to turn it back around here, and then they can have a chance to take it to victory with drops 4 and 5.
I feel like Abens definitely has a stronger. The side that Abens is on definitely favors their playstyle. The fact that there's no. Honestly, if I was a map designer and I can modify this map, I would make a passageway or a tunnel or something here to connect these sides. One personal thing. Maybe that should be done. I don't know. But the fact that Avens has got Team 1 means they have the option to be more fluid than if they were on Team 2. And I think that favors their playstyle. They're a very fluid team. They'll move around a lot. I expect that Emmy is going to get set up. I mean, they could NSR. You never know. If I say they won't do it, they'll definitely will. So
I will say Sun Tzu would be very proud of Avens because they flow like water.
Oh, they do. It's
the battlefield.
Honestly, the way that they move is really nice. I think Emmy is sort of a close second to that in terms of.
There's probably 100 years of combined mech experience on that roster right now.
They have a strong roster, a very strong roster on Avens right now. If you just look at the people playing in that, like that's.
Yeah, some of these people have been
very
playing
experienced players
for almost a decade.
Emmy's been doing a good job of. Emmy's definitely doing a good job of cultivating skills and training people, but that doesn't. You can't make up for years of being a top level player.
Yeah, I will say Emmy's climb from not existing a year ago, or a year and a half ago, to where they are now is pretty substantial. I know DSC has also made similar climbs because they got a team into top 12, which has been pretty nice to see. Both teams are locked.
Yes, both teams are locked. I was going to give us a couple minutes to, because we didn't really discuss the map, but I mean, we touched upon it, so we're good to go. We'll go ahead on into the match now here. Into Crimson Straight third and maybe final drop for this matchup. We will see.
I really think it's going to be much like Vitric, where you have a bunch of trading and a bunch of skirmishing, and it comes down to one kind of execution strike at the end.
Yeah.
Something to note before the match starts is that if you didn't notice on Hibernal, Avens was focusing on shooting legs because they knew they had the cap advantage, and all they had to do was leg everything, and they won. So at the point that Shadowcat, or really even if the Shadowcat wasn't leg, they had already won. Don't be surprised if they focus on caps and picking off the capability of Emmys to try and get caps, and they win that way.
Oh, hey, there's like a little radio tower up on top of this mountain. Never really noticed that. What a weird detail for a place that you can't get to.
Oddly.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, I am over. Who am I with? I'm with Avens right now. Executioner, Stalker, Mad Cat. It looks like the heavies on FC. Being ready for that push over. Well, over the point, that is, to check out the things before. All right, we've got Gauss and Large on the Mad Cat. The Stalker is running just straight Large. XE is 5 ER Large. No micros or smalls. We're going full in for the trade here. It looks like Crusader with ER peeps, and then the rest with skirmishing weapons. What do we got over here on Mech Enjoyers?
A lot of ER larges and ER peeps on all the big boys. Carbon is already climbing up this mountain with his Corsair. Yeah, he's Goths and ER larges. Now I'm trying to see what's on the Skull Mesh. Or Skokomesh. Skull. That's triple ERP. So yeah, they got a lot of range here. And it looks like they're sending their wolf pack. Their whole wolf pack is heading towards Theta right now.
Yeah, it looks like we got Carbon Fire up here in this trading sniping position, which I always find so suspect because it's just so far back. You're minimizing your damage. You can kind of get a glimpse, but a slow mech that goes there, I feel like it's a little nerfed and out of the battle for a significant amount of time. We've got, looks like we're shaping up to have a little bit of a Theta fight here as Squishy moves in with the Spider. And we've got just a little out of range for names here. Bowser, Scrub Lord, and Salith also moving as the rest of ME starts to take the saddle, except for their 3 traders.
Yeah,
holding on a Sigma.
They definitely spotted Abin's mechs coming in towards Theta, and they decided that they're not taking that fight. All 4 of them are pulling out.
Yep, Bowser and the Phoenix Hawk holding that Scrub Lord. Probably going to go take the cap, maybe not. We'll see. Nope, they are just going to go join the fold, having cut off Theta. While ME gathers at the other side of the hill. A little bit of a fake out there on ME, but those are the fast movers for Avon, so they'll be back in the fight in not too long.
With Carbon's Corsair holding that mountaintop so far back, I don't know. I think ME kind of needed Theta. They need the cap leads, the force Avons to come to them. Because
spot's great for receiving, but not so much for trading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Avon's just moving up. No one's taking the island, which is ultimately fine here. Chimera Lizzie just sort of pushing up to get range and corral ME to the saddle as much as they can. So we've got a little
Oh, Squishy's going for it again, but Selith is still here.
Oh no,
he's
yeah.
Being all sneaky. He's just waiting for this. Once he sees these mechs to call his boys back for the fight. All right, Squishy's almost at the cap now.
Yeah, it looks like Squishy's going to get in on that, and there's a little. I think that. No, I don't think that's the 5K. That doesn't have the cap boost on it. But
he's definitely going to get the cap.
But yeah, he's gonna get it, which is gonna add some pressure to Avens. But they've got some time to respond, and they are starting to push up to the saddle.
This is interesting.
Which side are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at here at Texan and Scout here.
Yes.
Starting to bully the people on the center. Or on saddle, but Caliph and Bowser are about to join it. These guys are about to get pinchered, and shot from 2 directions. This is not
Avon's
good.
just enveloping. I think we're gonna have Gil and who's getting shot out here. Gil and Squishy are gonna hold this end of the saddle, maybe. against Balder and Salith, and everyone else is going to try to support them. Well, yeah, here it is. And Scout, Texan, and Rick Rom joining this push up in there. Now, Hydrokyle in the skull, going to get some back shots here, or some front shots. But yeah, having the top kind of all to himself outside the fight.
All right, they managed to get Caleb.
Yep.
Now they're turning back around. It looks like they're focusing Texan. Oh, right.
Yep, Texan goes down as well. Yeah, and Mech Enjoyer is going to turn on Scout Derek next. As Hydro comes in. So that is a couple of quick kills there. That is going to put Carbon out of the fight. Him. Yep, and then Rick Rom up next.
Chimera is shooting into the fight now.
Yeah, they took some angles, but this is a fight where they just have a couple of angles here. They're shooting through pillars and the cracks in between. There goes Rick Rom. Squishy might be legged. Yep, Squishy is legged, taking some fire from the traders.
He's definitely legged.
Meanwhile,
Hydra leading the push across Saddle now. They're probably gonna go try to get these last two mechs, secure that, and secure the caps at the same time.
Yeah, I mean they've got the caps here, so really they're just trying to take out those fast movers, which is basically Bowser. MechWarrior 414 has has a little bit of speed in that XE, but it's not going to be nearly enough as this little bit of Wolfpack, Hydrokyle, Mad Cat, and Gil just get in and jump with a couple of blue lasers from Saddle. That was a CT from the back. Well done, Gil. A lot of focus fire on the back there, just dropping MechWarrior quickly. Bowser losing something.
I think that was overheat.
Oh, was it? Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was overheat.
Fair enough. I'm sure Gil contributed to heat sink loss. Fair enough. Yeah. So here we've got Lizzie and Chimera making a move for the island to counter Carbon Fire, still up there at 82% and not doing a whole lot, but there's Unfearing getting full damage burns from Lizzie and Chimera. Let's see how Unfearing's holding up. Little Toasty been burning that structure with an open shoulder. ME coming in to collapse on Chimera, a couple of Gauss shots coming from Carbon there. But really, with Avens even taking the island, I'm not sure where they're going to go here. They're probably just going to get Unfearing and make a stand at this point, because there's no way they're getting caps as Emmy takes
That's definitely what they have to be doing. I will say, Avens nearly closing the jaws on Emmy there on Saddle, and now it's turned around to where Emmy's closing the jaws on their last two mechs here on Island.
Yeah.
I will say Emmy pushing. Yeah, they got surrounded on Saddle, and they either stay there and die and be swarmed from all directions, or just pick a side and just give it your all. And that's what they did. They picked the right side, the one with only two mechs. They managed to kill, I think it was Selith in the Incubus. Lizzie's about to go down here.
Yep, Lizzie goes down as the final.
Yep. But there at the Saddle, it was nice to watch. They dove Salith. Bowser pulled back because they caught Salith out before he could get away, and then they immediately turned around and then counter pushed the the other three that were coming up from Underpass.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking
Very
at some
well
of
executed.
Yeah. Mech 414 with 22 damage in the XE Salith, and Texan Scrublord also doing 30 damage. That's 3 mechs double D'ing. That is absolutely brutal. I'm curious. Yeah, right. I'm curious about Carbon. Carbon, for all that, pulling out 300 damage in that Corsair. Just so far out of the fight. Lizzie pulling 620. Yeah.
So MechWarrior, like I said, MechWarrior 414 self-destructed. Alpha Whip Boom. Texan, he was at the moment he had 5 that all shot him at the same time. So once he reached Saddle and started in that fight, he almost immediately died. I got a good angle of it on my end.
Yeah, Emmy definitely on their game with that one and making that that turnaround where they should have been pinched. That should have been it, but they stuck with it, got 2 really fast kills and moved on from there. All right. I'm going to move you guys over to the map room while I get these guys sorted out. We can take a look at that. and then move on to mining.
Yeah, so Emmy started with a very standard start where they put an assault up here, like an assault there sort of thing. It's a very standard defensive, like, hey, we might get pushed sort of setup. Abins kind of did the same. They had their stuff set up there and whatnot. And it basically was a battle of whose wolf pack could play better, right? Initially, Abins was able to get Theta and kind of control this area here where they essentially are controlling the flow of the battle by holding Theta and denying it. At some point, I don't know if there was some miscommunication, whatnot, but part of the pack came from underneath the platform, and part of the pack went up here, right? And Emmy chose to just send it and just turbo dunk this one side. And I'm really happy and really proud for Emmy for being so
decisive with that.
Yes,
If they waited even a couple more seconds, it could have gone completely opposite.
They were very decisive, and they're like, we're going to do this, boom, this target, boom. I mean, you look at those damage numbers, 3 of the Abins, I mean, I guess the Xy's not really a Wolfpack mech, but 2 of the Wolfpack mechs didn't even break 30 damage? Like, how does that happen? I don't even...
I think it was the Emmy focus fire. They just turned around and said no more. Yeah,
you can say focus fire all day, but 30 damage. That's like multiple mechs getting backshot. What I think would happen, and even you could see because Bowser was running away. Like when that was happening, he was out and leaving. But mind you, they had 2 more mechs that were still pushing in here. So I think they had some sort of critical comms failure on what they're going to do in that situation. And with Emmy being very focused on we're going in, boom, 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 boom. I think Abins, the guys on the back, the Abins mechs on the backside here didn't want to be there or were trying to leave. And I think they got backshot. I think they backshot 2 of those mechs and they just turbo dunked them. And then they turned around and killed these ones. And it was just... Mech Warrior, whatever the hell his name is, and Bowser, they're just doing their own thing. Like I feel like there was a critical issue that occurred, and Emmy was very organized and decisive, whereas Abins was not, and they took it. Just like how I said in the beginning, you know, if they're on their A game and the other team's not, they 100% can take wins, and they very well proved they did.
I'm looking at the stream is up here. We're working on Team 2 timer at this point, so we should probably swap maps. Take a look at Mining Collective real quick and what these guys might do, but I'm going to see what happened here momentarily. I think. Oh, here, I'll swap it up for you. Mining Collective, there we are.
Mining is one of the most interesting maps in comp for me because you can do like every strat on it. And I think both sides are very balanced. I know some people have their opinions that one side's stronger than the other. I think Team 2 might be slightly stronger just because of the lines you have on Theta, but both sides are very comparable. It's very balanced. There is an aspect of verticality in this map. There are routes that you can't take unless you have jump jets. So there's a lot of decisions that teams need to make when they bring a deck. Hey, we're going to bring this deck. Okay, but these mechs don't have jump jets. This changes how the map plays for you. Versus if you have jump jets, this is a much simpler map. No jump jets, it's not the same map, you know?
Yeah.
I do think that in this map, verticality is king. So the team that's able to hold the high ground is going to tend to come out on top versus the teams that get stuck on the low ground. I do think the Abins will have the advantage in this map just because of how flowy and how skirmishy they are. And Emmy being more of the sit back and trade with the rotating Wolfpack might be a disadvantage. However, Abins just lost. I don't know what happened with that Wolfpack, but
Yeah.
an error occurred. They lost. Maybe they're tilted. Maybe something happened. They're upset. Oh, we just lost. Blah 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 blah. People get worked up. This is ME's time to really step it up and be like, all right, guys, focus up. Boom, we can get this. We'll get one more drop. I think ME has a good chance of taking this drop. Could definitely do it.
Yeah.
Both teams are probably just going to kind of be sitting up and training. You're going to have a trader there. I mean, it's just kind of like, there's not much to say. It's just kind of like you set up your traders and you're going to trade. Yep. You're going to have a wolf pack on different parts of the map, just bouncing around, skirmishing, pop-tarting, trying to make a little push for an assault. The enemy wolf pack is going to come back. It's going to be a little cat and mouse for a while. And then at some point, one of the teams is going to make a decision to let's go, and they're going to fight. And then we'll see that happens when it happens.
Speaking of letting that happen, I'm going to launch them right now because we got those teams ready to go. Circling back to what I saw on the stream, those lights just got, they pushed in. Looks like they got a bit aggressive. Bowser was with them there. And they just got turbo dunked, and Bowser was able to get away while the ME took those two out. I don't think it was back shots. I think it was just over aggression on the back.
23 and 30 damage.
Oh yeah, but they had 5 mechs focusing on them. I just watched, just 5 mechs turn around and blast 2 light mechs.
I'll have to go back and watch the VOD.
Yeah.
Maybe the players themselves can comment.
Yeah, I think it was. I do agree. It was probably some miscoordination. I think they pushed too soon when the rest of the loop wasn't ready.
It was great decisiveness from ME.
Yes. Yep. All right, here we go. Yeah. They're coming in. I am on the Avon side. Let's see here. We've got the Incubus Mislinks over there. Not terribly interesting. We've got an Executioner, that Binary Mjolnir coming back, Hunchback 2C. With basically high alpha laser vomit, ER peeps on the Exy. I'm sure the Crusader is probably ER peeps as well. Let's take a look. Oh, it's Bowser. It's probably lights actually. Yep, light peeps for Bowser. And that's probably what we have to worry about. Oh, here's the Mad Cat actually, which is Gauss and ER large as usual. I'm sorry, and Uziel. Hang on. Uziel is 4 light PPCs, 2 MRMs with that quirk. Interesting show. Did not expect it, but Scout Derek in that. All right, let's head on over to ME and see what's happening there.
ME is running a very similar deck to what they did on Vitric. Crusader, Snubs, Highlander 2C again. This Bounty Hunter is, I believe, ER larges? Or, yes, 6 ER larges. The Death Strikes ER large Gauss, SR Mislinks, and then the Shadow Cat, which I believe is, 2 heavy large lasers.
Yeah, and we got Bucks with his Highlander again. Bucks and Hydro seem to be trying to make some room over here with Scout Derek, and who's up here, and Chimera in the Mad Cat over here on the north side. But it looks like a lot of their concentration of Abins is on Theta, and ME is giving them most of their attention as Theta remains uncapped. Neither team taking that.
Both teams have multiple crossfire angles on Theta. It'd be borderline suicide at this point for anything to take and make a play for it.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, something that happens a lot on this map is you get this north-south divide, right? This is not the case right here. We've got the east-west divide happening and the distribution for sort of a cap and hold. Avens with an 8-point. Go ahead.
Something like that. MechWarrior 414 just bullied the 2 mechs that were here on PAPS, the Echo 4 High Ground. So they pulled off and went north. So right now, Abins now has control. Abins currently has control of this.
Someone's shooting very
part of the map.
Even for 414, but hitting me instead. A little high on that. 414 down to 88%, getting some of the focus from the backline traders from ME there. But you're right, he pushed that out, and now Abins has exclusive control of the Echo 4 high ground here. Lizzie hopping up with the Executioner, and ME just getting pushed up to the north side of the map. Abins, look for Abins to take that south side, and ME is going to push this north. So here's that north-south divide. that I was looking forward to. They really took their sweet time getting it, but here is an ME push coming in here on Scout Derek in the Uzil. I think Scout is going to be able to get away, but it is still most of a team versus 4 here, as Avens pulls back under the Overwatch. Now we do have Chimera, who is not going to be able to get away, tucked in this little corner where we've seen you know, so many mechs just sort of get a little bit of push into the corner bullying. So expect that to happen here if they find him. And Squishy hopping up on this reactor here to get some shots in on Bowser, who is trying to get sneaky here against Hydro. Big hit on Bowser. Let's see what we're looking at here. Of course, I muted myself in Discord there accidentally. There we go. We're back. Yeah, some big hits on Bowser. Bowser taking some back shots. Unknown if he's missing some heat sinks, but Squishy just won't leave him alone. Squishy is just like, Bowser is mine to bully here. As Salith and Scrublord come to help him out on this flank. Now Chimera down to 55%, comes out of his hole, but loses an arm. That's real bad for that mech in his open CT. So ME continuing to put the squeeze on Avens. I haven't even bothered to check in on to ME back line here. We've got Bucks and the Highlander trading with those large pulse down to 73%. That's just general armor damage. Carbon Fire and the Marauder is open on the left torso as Emmy pulls back.
Unfearing is basically damaged everywhere. He's been spreading it pretty good.
Yeah,
and also getting some decent enough trades.
And there goes Chimera. They get that pick off of Avens, and they have pulled back with the cap point advantage. Emmy just looking for a little reposition. I think they realized that maybe they were getting a little aggressive. They probably could have stood to stick with it, but they're looking for the rest of the fight. Now we've got Bucks and Mad Cat over here. Salis sneaking around to Sag Sigma. And Avens also getting Gamma at this point. So that's going to be a 4-on-1. Emmy pulling back, but giving Avens, you know, a significant portion of map to work with. Again, that was one of their mistakes early on, and they're going to push this one mech that's over here, which is Scout Derek, probably going to get away. They need a wrap around here. Yeah, that looks like what they're doing. They're sending 2 after the Uzil, and the rest are trying to find Avens' team here. But they're slowing down. Their momentum has slowed. I don't know how that's going to work out for them. They're taking Sigma at this point, almost 500 points here for Avens with that 4 cap for a little bit. That is punishing. That's a punishing amount of pressure. Emmy needs to move, and Unfearing's ready to go. Bucks is a little messed up. Carbon Fire, you know, they've got some
Bucks
damage.
Is about to get picked here.
I'll head on over to the Bucks fight.
Out.
Yeah,
he's caught out. Yeah, he's being picked right now.
Oh yeah, the rest of the team coming back to support Bucks. I don't know that there's much that they can do, but they have yet again consolidated their position into one spot. They had
no way to save him unless they could see the future.
Yep, good pick by Avens. Absolutely. Well, Bucks looks like he overextended a bit too, without any support. But here we are. Avens now in the open. Emmy gathered. Probably going to push on them, but Avens has the advantage here.
Yeah. Now, in survivability, is running like when they shift, they're shifting really good as a team. But I think they just got over here too late. Once Bucks was dead, we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, Squishy over here in the Phoenix Hawk scouting out Mech Warrior 414. No, I don't think he knows he's there. Is going to take some shots from across the map. 414 in a very precarious situation here if they find him. He's just tucked in, hoping not to be found. Squishy knows he's there. Okay. But Squishy paying for that. Yeah, and like 30%.
He got hurt.
Ooh. Yeah, Salith coming around for the rest of the pick with Batchel there on top. I don't know if that's gonna work out, but here we've got the fight over Theta. We've got Lizzie and Scrublord Bowser, Mech Warrior coming out to focus down Mad Cat and the Viper, Hydro Kyle in that Crusader. Carbon Fire, who's already pretty messed up. That'll be a quick thing. Squishy now legged in the Phoenix Hawk. Hydro Kyle also legged. This is a leg fight. Avens focusing it down. 414 going down to Hydro Kyle. Lizzie going down. Emmy putting out the hurt here despite being damaged, making sure their weapons count. Scrub Lord, Call Me Gil, and Squishy all go down in the next 2 seconds. Slight advantage to Mech Enjoyers. At this point, Salith in that Incubus, still very healthy, could be working on caps, and in fact is. That is a 4-1 cap. Very late in the game, Emmy needs those caps. They have like 10 seconds to get them. I don't think they're going to do it. This is going to be Avens on caps here. As that push happens, Emmy with that push, that want to kill mentality, but unfortunately losing sight of those caps again. Push. Yep, waited just a little too long. Yeah, and there it is in another 2 seconds. Oh, Bowser going down though. They're getting those kills.
Maybe when Bucks was being dove, they should have just full sent it across the top. I'm not sure. We'll let our expert will be able to tell us.
Yeah, but that's my theory is that Wolfpack did a lot of traversing back and forth, and that was very detrimental to anything that they were trying to do. That's one of the things that I noticed. But yeah, again, we'll turn it over. Quick scores going down the list.
Before you get to that, viewers on MWO Leagues 2, I tried to do more first-person cameras on this strap. Let me know if you enjoyed it, or if you want more, or comments. All right, take it away. Yeah.
So that and actually that's gonna wrap us for this one. Avens taking 3. Let's see, who are outstanding? 637 for Lizzie and that Executioner, just doing some work. Then 2 500s, Unfearing and Squishy. Squishy, that Phoenix Hawk, just pounding into Bowser there for a while, making good use of his positioning and mobility. But ultimately not enough to overcome the caps of Avens. Avens making those big brain plays. All right, gonna send us over to the maps for our debrief. And over to you, Bacon.
Hey, so that was a good match. I really felt that was in Emmy's favor again. I just feel like some of the same issues may have occurred, kind of like from the first drop. I feel like getting that Mad Cap was big, and then they took the 3 cap. So they got the Mad Cap, and they had the 3 cap, and they backed off. And they're like, hey, we have the 3 cap. Let's just chill. Let's chill on our 3 cap. And that's all they had to do. I'm not sure why this big push happened here when there was like an Uziel. There was an Uziel here, right? Like that's it.
Yep. That was there was more
push for an Uziel. Well, a mislinks.
Yeah, there were a couple hanging over here in this Delta 5, Delta 6 that they didn't know. I think they were in the late push or the first push, because there were kind of like 2 pushes.
The second push.
Oh yeah, the second push was weird, and that got their basically the Wolfpack over here after that Uziel, while Bucks copped it over here in Echo 4. It was a weird split.
Already there. They just rotated too far away, and when there was nothing over there for them to rotate. So you send 4, 5 mechs up in this area for 1. So what's going to happen? The natural reaction is you do this.
Yep.
And something else that occurred is, I'm not sure if it's Selith or Salith, but that pilot had one focus in all these matches tonight, and that was ensuring the team wins the matches.
Yep.
I don't mean killing mechs. I mean, I'm going to get Epsi. I'm going to get Gamma. Literally was capping everything.
And somehow being in the fight. Like absolute prime pilot there. 100%.
Yeah, very, very good plays from someone to focus on, my job is a cap mech. I need to cap and then come back and fight. But they had, even if they would have lost the fight, which I mean, they basically did lose the fight. Emmy did, or Adams did really kind of lose that fight there, but they had the better game sense to keep the caps under control. I still think that the first push up top here was good, and they knew that there was nothing more to be had from it and backed off and reset, and they took the 3 cap. That was great. The second push to get the Belial, I don't know what that was. I don't know, maybe they're just trying to get Sigma. If they were trying to do like this and switch to holding Kappa Theta Sigma, I'm not really sure. It seemed a little weird to send that many mechs out. I would have just, if it was me and we had gotten that free pick, I would have just done this, split the map, and just kind of post up, kind of standard, and just skirmish, run the time.
Yeah. I got nothing to add to that. That's pretty textbook.
Yep, pretty textbook. But I think both teams played really, really well. Abbott's did a good job of bringing it back. I mean, definitely showing that they are most certainly an up-and-coming team, and you should definitely take them seriously. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more matches from ME. We might see these two teams play again. It's possible.
So I just saw the footage of the match. Bucks, when the whole team was still here, before the second push, still skirmishing, Bucks was on the corner here, and as the whole team shifted this way, he didn't. He stayed here on the corner. And by the time the whole team was pushing here, is when he started to move, and then he fell down.
Slow, delayed.
Yeah, he fell down, and I lost track of him. I don't know if he tried to jump jet up and failed, and then try to walk up, and then that's when he got caught out. But that's how he got out of position. It looks like he missed the timing on shifting.
Wait a minute, something's wrong here.
What'd you do?
No.
A little bit of a side note here for anybody watching who may not play Comp Play. Comp Play in MechWarrior is for everybody. And in a sense that there are divisions with all new players. So you can play in a division with no experience and still play Comp and still get rewards. You could get better and move up a division and decide you like it a lot and go move up, and before you know it, you're playing Division A and B.
100%.
I would encourage everybody who even just at the basic level, I like playing MechWarrior. You should try playing Comp. Genuinely, give it a shot for one season, because everyone who I've known who's not played Comp that has tried it, even just going to scrims, they're just like, oh my god, this is so fun. And then they play QP and I get messaged, like, QP is boring, QP's lame, like, this is stupid. I would really highly encourage everybody to join the MWO Comp server, Discord server. I would encourage you to, find a team, to, set aside 2 evenings a night to, like, make a scrim or to make a match, and to at least attempt it. It really is for everyone. There's good rewards. There's no entry fees or anything, and it's definitely, it's worth it. It's fun.
Yeah, honestly, best game mode, quite frankly. And it's
by far
year round. It's like everything you wish quick play could be. Like, Faction has the teamwork, quick play has, reasonable time limits and all that kind of stuff, and mash the two together and add some kick-ass rewards, and you end up with Comp. It is the best of both worlds.
Oh, dude. Comp is, once you get the bug, right? Once you've had your first Comp win, you'll be fucking hooked. Like, hands down. It's, if you've never played, like, I don't know, Pee-wee or high school sports or in a community cricket league or something, right? Try some MWO Comp. The camaraderie, the competition, and it's, I can sit here all day to explain, just list off all the good things about it. But yeah, as has already been said to death, absolutely give Comp a try. No matter what, even if it goes bad, you'll enjoy yourself. Especially if you're on a team of like-minded guys around your skill level, because you guys will grow together, you'll win together, you'll lose together, and it'll build friendships that last forever.
Yeah. And Bacon, looks like Dyer isn't going to be able to join us, so you're on for the next one. We're just waiting on the map ban, or for folks to get into lobby. Invites are out at this point.
So I have an honest question for both of you. What's for lunch?
Oh god, I've been at this for 4 or 5 hours now.
Talk about food for a couple minutes.
My stomach's been growling for like the last hour.
I don't know if I'm gonna have the wherewithal to cook tonight, so it might just be, make myself some sandwiches
Chinese
and off we go.
So General Tso's?
General Tso's out here is inferior. for some reason, like the New England area General Cells is just weird.
Oh, side note, I did have something sorry, complete.
Oh yeah, back we
derailment. We were talking about mining before, and I said that in my mind, I feel like both teams are kind of similar, balanced. I noticed that somebody in chat had said that one of the team sides has a higher win percentage rate.
Yeah, Team 2, I think it's 45-55 is what I was told.
It's like 8% or something. Is that because there is a genuine advantage, or is that because there is a bias that one side is better, and so the better teams are picking the side that they perceive as better, and they're going to win because they're the better team?
So the stats, as I understand it, are from Quick Play, right?
Okay.
So
that means absolutely nothing to me then.
Yep.
Yeah. I was just going to say,
the other thing is 8%.
What I understand is the reason why I think in Quick Play, Team 2 is biased is straight up the Theta sightline. Because any assault pilots in Quick Play, anyone who's even half experienced knows that, like, the enemy team, especially their least skilled pilots, are just going to straight YOLO to Theta, right? And once these lights are up here, that's free damage. Because almost every Quick Play game, like if you pay attention, someone with a long range mech, right? Because they don't want to do the rotation, is going to camp here, farm Theta until this push comes through here, and then they're going to farm down here while the rest of the team is pushing across Theta into them. Because, as we all know, this is the Team 2 usually pushes up this way, either comes up Theta or wraps around. Team 1 usually does the same, and then you'll take 2 laps around Theta before the end of the match. I mean, that's what 90% of this in Quick, correct? It'd probably help if I had the map up.
Yep. So
Maybe.
who's our next match?
Our next match is Clan Crossfire versus Equilibrium.
Okay, EQ versus CXF.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a strong expectation for EQ to win. I think CXF taking a single drop would be an upset in my mind. I don't think it's beyond them. I think they could do it, but them taking a drop could be an upset. I don't expect to see anything weird or funny out of EQ. I expect them to just kind of play what's safe, or what's just going to end the matches. There's no need to like bring out unique strategies or interesting strats. I would kind of expect to see just very standard gameplay from EQ. The interesting strats we would probably see are going to come from CXF, because they're the ones that need to do something different to take a win.
Yeah. Now, for those out of the loop, CXF had a rough year last year in comp. It's nice seeing them back in the world.
100%.
For those who didn't know, last year they fought in their time zone, Oceanic. They fought against a lot of Oceanic teams, and then when those Oceanic teams dried up, they came over to NA, which has been slugging it out for weeks. And CXF kind of had they kind of had an easy time. So when they came in, the strategies and everything, they weren't fully prepared. It hurt them a lot. I think in one night they lost like 150 elo, almost 200 elo. It was pretty bad. So seeing them get back together, get their team back together and kicking ass this year has been great to watch. I don't see Knives though. CXF knows I have a deep resentment against him. Cost me a comp match years ago, and I've been bitterly holding it against him since.
All right, we're
stupid commando.
Just to give a heads up, we are moving forward with the map selection at this point. So far, we've got Vitric Mining Polar in that order, and then Hibernal.
So just because I'm curious, like I like to know who picked what map and what side,
Yeah,
because there's a lot of strategy in that.
Yeah,
Is there any
Yeah. Let me drop you a message real quick. It'll show who selected what map. Sides are just moving at this point, so I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get you there. But link to that. So far, this will be Crossfire choosing Team 1 on Vitric. That'll be and then swapping sides for minor. It's just moving so fast. So Crossfire chose that. Mining would be Equilibrium choosing side 2. Polar Highlands would be Crossfire choosing side 1. Hibernal, Equilibrium choosing side 2.
Yeah, so I feel like the first pick of Vitric is a very safe pick because either side doesn't really matter. The second pick is kind of the more interesting one because that's the pick that's kind of not a safe pick, and CXF chose to pick mining. EQ's was third up. They picked Polar. It's an interesting third pick to take a big map like that. It's probably a safer pick for them to have full control and maximum range. CXF picked another small map. Let's see, what about the sides?
I just tossed you a link that'll show you who picked what. I found a log file thing.
Oh, got it. Yeah. I'm looking at the log right now.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Yeah. So CXF picked Team 2 on Vitric. I don't think that really matters so much. EQ preferred Team 2 on Mining, which is again the side that the 8% people think that. I think GRAM thinks Team 2 is better on Mining. I think he does have a preference on those. You have to ask him. CXF preferred Team 1 on Polar. EQ picked Team 2 on Hibernal. Is that the side that has the top you can go up? It is, isn't it?
Let's see. I think these end up all being North American. Let me see here. Home servers. Teams with EU server presence versus AP, which is not the case because I think our card. Sorry, I gotta figure this one out as we go. Checking here. All right, so I think we were NA versus AP. Does it say? It does not say. It is. Yeah. So actually, we're gonna need to switch servers for this. All right, whose team 1 actually is Equilibrium, so it's going to be North American to start.
Oh, we have to play on the EU server or the AU servers?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Now, I gushed about CXF a little bit, and it feels only fair to point out EQ and GRAM's team formed at the very beginning of the year, with the absolute goal to win Worlds, and he has picked up a hell of a beefy roster this year. Just from all over the place. Ghosty used to be, I think, 5J, Basalt. He played for DPS, but he played for someone else, I think, temporarily before he went to EQ. And then you got Magic Painglove, Classic Vet. And then you got Chicken Man, who's been, when it comes to Zoomers, he's probably been one of the highest, quickest growing pilots, skill-wise. Because now he's here at the top. He started out in Div D or C with Fjord, if I remember correctly.
All right, sorry. I'm back with, I think I've got everything sorted here. We should be good to go. Correct servers, correct map. Starting timers. Now our first map is going to be Vitric Station. I should have called up in the map room at this point. If we want to talk about these. EQ is Team 1. If that helps.
I mean, I would imagine EQ is going to play this pretty default. They're probably going to have a lot of bracket builds. If you don't know what bracket build is, it's basically a mech that has weapons for 2 different ranges, or 2 different brackets. For example, PPCs and small lasers. ER large and small lasers. machine guns, and heavy large lasers. Those are like bracket builds where you can brawl and you can trade. I would imagine they kind of play it safe like that. CXF, I don't know if they can outtrade them. I think that their best bet is probably going to be to hold W. And they've done this a couple different ways. They've done the push along the bottom and then jump up. And they've done the push across the top. So it just comes down to, I think, execution and mistakes. And it's going to be curious to see if there's anything different or interesting that's brought other than like the safe pick and the expected push.
All right, team 1 is locked. Moving on to team 2. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say about Vitric, so...
it's Vitric, man. It's very... Vitric against... Yeah, no, it's just, it is what it is.
So back to what's for lunch.
You can only talk about it so many times.
I know. Believe me, I know. I'm really glad to have some extra perspectives on it, honestly, coming through, because I've said my piece like 8 times by now.
I will point this out. Here's something that we haven't said about Vitric yet. Almost every like map drawing we've ever done on this map about like pathing and stuff is very phallic. You know what I mean? Like what strategy isn't phallic on this map?
I mean, in case you didn't know, it looks something like this. For those on the stream.
There's no getting around it.
I have held out, all right, to refrain my pure religious mind of just staying with my based circles, you know. Mechs are gonna go like this, you know, they're gonna come out, they're gonna be positioned here, you know, based circles, they're gonna come this way. And you guys are like, everyone's like, oh look, they're gonna come up the ramp and they're gonna do this, wow.
Yeah. And maybe they'll send someone to Theta with jump jets that's just gonna like jump up the middle there.
Up here to Gamma, and they're gonna send one mech over here to Epsi, right?
All right, that's our like 2 minutes before we get rated R. Both teams are locked as we succumb to 6-hour stream brain. So I'm gonna go ahead and
it's okay.
Get these guys
will
up.
be proud.
Yeah.
Windscape's sitting there going, yeah.
Oh boy, here we go. Final matchup of the week of this round, actually. And we kick it off with Vitric. I wonder what kind of like little bit of map I can find before these guys hop in.
So if you fly behind Sigma Kappa, there's like floating boxes with seats you can sit in.
Wait, really? Hang on.
Yeah, if you fly towards the red ships, you'll see it flying up in the air. To the right, you see it? Horizon level.
Right. I see. I do see them.
Yeah, you can go
as I get. Oh, that's fun. Cool. All right, back to the fight. I'm over here on Equilibrium side, because I'm not going all the way over there. So I've got Viper Mistlink Shadowcat over here. The Crusader. What are we running on that? Some ERPPCs on the Crusader. We've got a Highlander 2C9 there in that, which we saw Bucks in on the last matchup. So that brawl there, probably going to hold center. Hag 40 large pulse ER medium Marauder from Ghosty. I'm going to turn up the volume here. It seems a little low. And the Mad Cat, that's the other thing I need to look at. Hags, large pulse, and medium lasers on that one. Stimrog doing the high-flying scouting. Over here on Equilibrium, I'll pass it over to you, Level, for what's Crossfire up to.
They got a Stalker 7D, an Annie 2A. The Annie is rotaries and AC5s. Some backup lasers.
Rotaries, interesting.
Yorshka's in a ERP Executioner. Nikro's in a Bushwhacker with snubs. I think snubs, SRMs, and a little grab bag of all kinds of goodies. Captain Cat here in the Lanner, your classic knife fighting Lanner. The only thing that might be interesting here, let me look at. Oh yeah, instead of running like a light peep or a snub fire starter, they get all SPL. So this deck feels very pushy.
So we're getting ready for. I'll check the bushy here in a second, but it looks like Crossfire is getting ready for a push. We've got snub SRMs and heavy machine guns on the Bushwhacker.
Like a lot of DPS, by the way.
Yeah. But yeah, so Crossfire is getting ready for the push over the top and the ramp. They are set up here. Polycat with the Viper. Here they go. Polycat gonna get some side shots here as Pete Zone comes up. It's unfortunate that there wasn't something pinpoint because Pete Zone probably could have deleted half a Polycat right there, but is instead focusing on Chicken Man. A good choice of first shots. One of the a very strong shooter from EQ. Open CT. So fast. G-Ram in the Crusader down here taking some damage. Down below is legged and CTs as Crossfire is pushing across, putting out a lot of damage on Equilibrium already. Let's see, I've lost a little track. Captain Cat in the Black Lantern going down. I totally missed that fight. We got Compulsive Clag Eater going after Chicken Man, getting the pick. Is Ghosty DC'd? Ghosty DC'd. Oh God, what a day. No. So they are leaving that Nyan in the little cubby getting focused. Simrog trying to push the other mislinks around with mild success. Squeebs coming in to try to do some saving. Nyan at 52%, very red there. Halved an open CT. Back on this fight, Crossfire is still trying to fight down with Dubix here. G-Ram finally gaining the top and just laying into Pete Zone, who is down below. Nyan finally goes down. Stimrog getting some shots up here, but Squeebs returning fire with some of those binary lasers. Stimrog now maybe legged. Yes, absolutely legged and open, ready to go. We're leaving Ghosty alone. Never mind. Compulsive Clag Eater is sending some non-clag weapons their way. Yorkshire going down. Shine Plasma. Doomguard taken out. I think that was G-Ram, and we had a self-destruct. Pete taking out Dubix. Staying alive at 26% in the Annihilator. A lot of back shots and maybe some overheating there. Ghosty finally getting taken down. Laustaten is there. Where's Stimrog? Stimrog over here, right? Can't go very far. Just kind of holding the cap, maybe looking to ambush someone, but that's GG right there.
Yeah,
very aggressive push.
I have a graphical glitch that shows everyone's still alive.
Oh yeah, because you probably went first person there. Lovely feature.
Yeah.
But yeah.
10 out of 10. Now, I was in first person mode watching that push across. Claire Crossfire dominated this so well. I got really worried there because I watched their focus fire completely, almost immediately fall apart actually in the push. But they just had so much DPS. That Bushwhacker Nicaro's in.
Oh, Stimrock gonna get it? Sorry, Stimrock got it.
One shot. He almost one shot the Mistlinks. It opened up both Mistlinks' legs with one alpha.
Oh, Stimrock gonna get 2 kills at the end. Ooh, Compulsive Clag Eater is ready to go. Doomguard in the Bushwhacker coming to clean up Stimrock though. Yeah, Stimrock one touch. That Bushwhacker is so fresh still. Stimrock going for it. Is he going to get it? No. Doomguard gets it before he goes to the end. Yeah, and speaking of that first-person view, go check out MWO Leagues 2 for Levels Point of View if you haven't been doing that already. Also provide some, maybe staggering of ads potentially.
Oh, the other week that happened to me, where both streams didn't go on ad break at the same time. So.
Yeah. So Ghosty O-bombing through no fault of their own. Rest of the team trying to pick up what slack they can, but falling to the combined arms. Compulsive Clag Eater in that Mistlinks pulling almost 700 damage. Yeah, 202 points above the next nearest person in the game. Wow, well done, Compulsive Clag Eater, with that Mistlinks. I'll send you over to the scoreboard for some additional stats, and we'll move on to the next one momentarily. All right, sending you on over to the map room, y'all.
Yeah, so honestly, I think that was a really good push by CXF. I don't know that EQ would have been able to hold that push even if they hadn't had a pilot DC. Which also, from memory, I believe that same pilot DCing in another Worlds tournament may have cost that team a win as well. So it seems like
oh no, Ghosty.
a liability.
Is there a conspiracy here? Is this like
Possible
professional
liability?
Yeah.
That's rather unfortunate. However, I don't know. Even if they didn't DC, I think CXF could have had that. They had a good push.
Oh, that push
it was a really
no
solid push.
It.
And
Yeah,
their mechs, they're super high DPS mechs. They executed it very well. Like, I think they would have had it regardless. And honestly, that was as an upset for me to see. And I'm really happy to see CXF do that. It was good on them. I think this will be a little slap in the face for EQ. I think they're gonna, hey, wake up. Maybe we need to, humble up a bit here and, focus up. So they got what? Mining next?
Mining next.
Yeah.
Yep. With CXF on Team 1.
Team 1. Well, 8% chance says they won't lose, so. Or will lose. Got that 8%. We'll see, right?
Yeah, a bit of an upstate.
Absolutely.
I think their best bet is just to hold W again, really. This map's harder to do it on, but they can do it.
I agree. I 100% agree with that.
Do you think there'll be any shenanigans like Lerms? I would bring Lerms just for the record.
Now, okay, I will say this: Captain Cat and me both ran in previous comps, even on this map. The Lerm Trebuchet, 3 Lerm 15s, XL engine. You got just enough ammo to do something with it. But I don't know. I don't think I've seen that this season. Him use that. That was more of a past Captain Cat thing to do. But as you pointed out, the push, right? They just proved on the last one that if they can get in there, they can run over EQ, right? Like, so yep. I expect them to do that again. They just have to. They can get all their push mechs close and then dive. I think they can go do it again, and they cause one of the biggest upsets of the year if they can actually pull out a win. Like they already pulled out a win against EQ. I don't think any of us expected that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta call this out. Ben Millard in the chat says genuinely hope everyone stays connected throughout this. Oh no!
Yeah, you see that, and it's just like, oh no.
Yeah, Let's at the start of the match too. Like, had no idea. That's wild.
Don't worry, chat will get caught up here in a moment.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's amazing.
This is great. I expect EQ to have the same sort of deck for mining. I expect CXF to have a similar deck. Maybe they mixed in some heavies and assaults, like some Hag Vom, some Laser Vom, something to give them some anchor for their push, some projection behind the push. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw EQ sitting up here. If you saw EQ sitting up here, and if you saw them up here. Maybe they put a mech up here. Maybe they put a mech here. They're going to be back, and they're going to be scouting. You're going to have Stimrog is going to be scouting in various places. Their light mechs, Polly's going to be scouting. They might try and go for an early Theta, but they're going to be on their guard, looking for that push. Their primary concern, if I was EQ, is where's the push? And where are we rotating when the push comes? If there's a push that comes down this line, what are we doing? Are we going to try and reinforce and stop it and fight here? Or do we rotate away and rely on our Overwatch to keep us safe? Not ready? Nope, not ready. Alternatively speaking, maybe CXF does this. They push down this side. What are we going to do? We need to scout this. I think the worst thing CXF could do is something like this over Theta. If they come from this side and go over, if they come from this side and go over, I think going over Theta might be the worst play for them. We'll have to see. Make sure that, you know, nobody DCs or, I don't know, some weird things happen. Hopefully EQ appreciates that I use pink and purple for their colors. I was trying to match their team colors, whatever.
Delightfully intentional.
Yeah. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe CXF brings super trade. Like if they brought like insane trade. The thing about bringing a deck that can handle a push is if the team doesn't push, you're kind of at a disadvantage, right? Because your deck is not as strong for trading. So if they did just bring full trade, they technically would have a mech lab advantage and they could possibly win. So looks like they're ready. So let's just watch it.
Oh yeah, let's send it.
I'm excited, dude.
Yeah, right. This is a good matchup,
Yes,
especially with that
gaming.
upset first go. That's good.
Now this just pod racing.
That would be for next year's comp. It's going to be only light mechs and minimum XL 380 engine. Full NASCAR, just full send.
Although I will say, it looks like it's just me and you, Ivor.
Oh no, did we lose level? Oh
It looks
no.
like leveled out
What a
of the room.
day for disconnects.
What a day for just.
Oh my god. Well, hey, Bacon Lord in here with the Side Seat co-cast. I don't know what the state of MWO Leagues 2 is. Oh, Level's back. How we doing, Level? Level may not be back. You there?
Mic test, mic test.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh man, the disconnects.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
no, this one, okay, I have a, as many of you guys know, my little boy.
We just got to drop.
Gotcha. Yeah. We'll follow that up here. We've got Stimrog in that, Mislinks, ER Peeps on the Crusaders, Nubs on the Phoenix Hawk, and this Rifleman just going straight for the back wall. Basalt with the Gauss and ER Large. Basalt, interestingly, was the Jade Kite in the Invitationals that sat on the Hiberna walls very often.
CXF does have, looks like to be trade. They've got a Night Gear D, a Mad Cat, an XE, a Mislinks, Crusader, a Phoenix Hawk, Firestarter, and Hunchback. Kind of a standard deck with PPCs and ability just to set up and get some trades in. Interestingly enough, they are all situated on the bottom of the map and they are not getting Kappa.
Yeah.
So maybe not. Maybe
so we've
it's
got
not.
Peeps and Tens on the Night Gear. The Mad Cat is Gauss and Large. Let's see what else we got that might tell us. Rathnor probably took a headshot there. No, just a lot of side torso in that Hunchback, which is High Alpha. Snubs on the Crusader. Peeps on the XE. And our Firestarter has light Peeps as well, with an open head. So yeah, it looks like...
Even if you want to push, I don't know why you would not take Kappa.
Yeah.
That is such a weird thing to do.
Which gives a 3-to-1 advantage to EQ.
Well, EQ's going for it. If you look, they have a mech going for Kappa. They're going to take the 4 cap.
Yeah.
It just puts time in all their advantage.
Yep. Equilibrium not going to give up an advantage for sure. Oh, well, no, we're hanging to check it out here. Stimrog going to move on eventually, though, I think. Stimrog's confused. He's just running circles here. What's going on? Anyway, not to get focused on the light.
Too. Why did you not get it? Why did you not get Kappa?
Yeah. Let's take a look here. Ooh, I forgot who I was looking at, but they were pretty messed up. Cat and Cat and the Firestarter. That's what I was looking at. It's 73%. Just taking some shots for some information and some minor trades. EQ very high up here. Very high up in the armor game. Yorkshire at 83% with the XE. Stimrog still kind of checking it out, and Clan Crossfire finally sending who are they sending over here? Compulsive Clag Eater over to get that cap. Meanwhile, we're looking at this Echo 4 high ground. Clan Crossfire is taking it. Rathnor, little opened up there on the side, just unable to peek that corner. Going to end up getting pinned down. While Doomguard tries to trade with probably 2-3 mechs at this point across the way. Yorkshire trying to get some shots in with the XE. EQ is just set up and has Crossfire's number right now in terms of their positions. There's not many ways that Crossfire can move in order to get to various places. Stimrog checking out the north side of the map, just basically countering Clegg with Polycat here in the Viper ready, but not much action happening there. Painglove holding down the center as Clan Crossfire gathers up. This should be their push, but they have bled so much armor at this point. I don't know where it's going to go. Here we go. Barbecue, Rathnor, Yorkshire, around the corner they go. Captain Cat with the fire starter trying to get some angles, maybe some distracted shots, but EQ is just throwing it downrange. G-Ram looking to pick Rathnor here. Nyan Darren the Direwolf taking some big hits. Well, Basalt holds the back, just getting some shots on there. Theta flipping in favor of Crossfire. There's probably an Epsi fight going. Yeah, we're looking at it. Let's see here. Yeah, Yorkshire going to go sit on Epsi while trading. Louston in the Phoenix Hawk first to go down to Chicken Man. Chicken Man at 76%. Basalt taking down Cat and Cat and that fire starter. Finally, Rathnor probably next on it, or Wall Barbecue. Either of those good choices, but Barbecue really just poking, so Rathnor gets halved. Meanwhile, we've got Polycat versus Clag Eater, Stimrog, and Doomguard. Polycat, they're very outgunned here. Polycat pulling back, Stimrog trying to support. Pete Zone goes down from that Knight here again. We see Equilibrium with this these high positions that they held. Crossfire pushing the low. They're putting out damage. Crossfire is putting out damage, but it's not going to be nearly enough, and it is spread across. They did not focus a target, or we saw Equilibrium swapping out as they needed to do. There goes Rathnor, and we've got, what do we got? Madcat, Exy, and Mistlinks left. Yorkshire in the Exy is next on the chopping block here. Goes down to a CT from MPG. We've got Compulsive Clag Eater and Doomguards. They are grouped up together, but they're completely surrounded by Equilibrium here. Doomguard about to go down. Clag Eater goes down for Doomguard. Takes Polycat out real quick.
No, Polycat took himself out.
Oh, is that where the self-destruct? There are so many things popping up at the same time. My little brain got confused. It's fine. Thank you. Sorry, Level, didn't mean to steamroll you on that one, but hopefully you're back in and everything's good.
Yeah.
So good rundown damage really quick. Basalt 761 sitting on the back wall. Meanwhile, CXF, we've got the Crusader and the Phoenix Hawk double D'ing, which is just brutal. They led that push after having bled armor for so long. It just added up over time. I'll get you some more in-depth stats here momentarily. There's the refresh. All right, and there's our stats. I'm looking at 52 team damage from Shine Plasma. Hello.
What a Chad. What a legend.
I know, just
crimes galore.
That's right. All right. That's our quick look at that. I'm gonna what's up? Yeah, right.
EQ and war crimes?
You know, there was Squeeps did 23, so you know, trying to run for money, but Shine was just very very concerned about his Jarls. Shine being the voice of my Jarl's side of that tournament support effect. Yeah, that was Shine. I'm the rest of it. That was a fun Warhorn to make. All right, pushing you guys over to the map room while I deal with the complex setting these guys up.
Ah, yes, the map room.
Yeah.
Welcome. So yeah, a little weird. I don't really know what CXF was doing there. Under no situation should you not get your back cap, your side cap. It seemed really strange. If I saw a team only getting one cap and not getting another, it's like danger. This side of the map is in danger. There's some shenanigans going on, but they didn't really have like a full push deck, so I don't really know what they were doing. I don't know. It felt like, with how they opened, that they wanted to just NSR that side down. But then the way they played was like, oh, we want to play trade, and we want to, like, make sure that we hold this area, right? Like, they definitely were prioritizing this area, which has various names. But for now, I shall call them cupcakes with a cherry on top.
Wait, which section were we talking about? Oh, that, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, cupcakes.
Echo 4 high ground on top. Yeah. So it seems like CXF was really prioritizing the spot.
I still, if I were them, I think I would have put a mech there. I would have capped this. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't know. It would be interesting to hear what their mindset was with that, or was there a mistake with the lances? That could have happened. Maybe they messed up the lances. Which, to be honest, please, Krasdax, if you're listening to this, please, Krasdax, there's an issue with mining. Okay, it starts with Bravo, it goes to Charlie, and then Alpha. Okay, can we just make it like A, B, C, yeah. Right? Just or CBA. CBF'd, for which it is. Just one or the other. Just make it in a line. Make it equal. It's so weird.
Yeah,
But maybe that happened.
Yes.
Maybe they messed up the lances and they're like, oh shoot, we messed up the lances. We'll just push down cupcakes, you know.
And also, we'll it's different for each side too, which also messes with your head too, right? Like, it's the north side of the map, but if you're thinking left versus right, they are swapped.
Yes, it's backwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just is, and that's a super easy change, just changing them. But it's neither here nor there. I think maybe that happened. That's like my only guess, is that because that seems so strange. I would assume that they messed up the lances, possibly an assumption. I don't know for a fact. It's my guess. It's the only explanation for the weird play was that the lances were messed up, and they're like, we'll just play it to the best of our advantage, and it didn't work out. That's my guess. EQ was set up kind of standard, how I said, mech there, mech there, mech there, like, and they just played standard and outplayed them. It was pretty funny watching Stimrod come up here and then, like, see, is there a UAV icon? Oh, there is. He came up here. Wait, place it. There it goes. He came up here and he dropped a UAV, right? And then he was like, what's going on up here? Like, there's no one up here. What do I do? And he was just kind of chilling for a while, and then just like, came back towards Seda. Didn't get the cap. I would have probably opted to get the cap, but I mean, EQ might have been confused too. Like, why did they not get their cap? Is there some massive push about to happen here that we're just like completely like not ready for? Like, danger, alarmo, major push happening. So that was just definitely like a strange match.
Yeah, definitely was.
CXF taking their time here.
Your black screen.
For my blocks.
Yeah, Level had a really good viewpoint from that match. He got to see his whole face the whole time.
When MWO meets Black Mirror.
Oh, the match.
So as many of you guys know, I have my little 6-year-old. He's autistic, so sometimes he has tantrums. They're a little. They can be a little much, right? Well, he apparently grabbed the router and tossed it. So I'm going to deal with that after the match. So I just plugged it in and I stared him down, and I gave him the dad voice. I was like, "Oh, you sit right here until I'm done." And so I'll go deal with that once this is over. But yes, it's rough being a dad to a autistic child.
All right, Team 1 using 4.5 minutes of their 5 to get ready, making it with a little bit of pressure. Had some thinking to do, I guess.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I don't know. If I was them, because I've been them,
probably really making sure the lances are correct.
Yeah, that too. I'm imagining, they're probably wondering if
we forgot the banners too.
The banners.
Yeah, they're our side switch. We didn't switch them for the mining match. That's all right. We're good to go on the next one. Oh, hey, we might want to give a little chat about Polar here. Having too much fun. Let's get down to here.
Yeah.
What do we think these teams are going to do? We've seen CXF with the pushes. They are Team 1, which is a good pushy side.
Okay, so you could see EQ do something different. I could see EQ doing like a laser vomit push or like a hag vom push. EQ is what, Team 2? Mm-hmm. So I could see EQ doing something like this and just sending it. They're gonna send Stim off to get some caps or to get Sigma and Kappa. That's a longer run. I would assume he's gonna go Sigma Gamma. and then they just send it with like Giga Alpha, Vomit, Fast Mechs, and they're just gonna push in and kill them. Obviously, scouting the whole time. If you see a push, you just back off. CXF, I want to see Lerms.
Yes.
It might work.
Lerm Treb.
But realistically, probably no Lerms. Nope. Their best bet is to have like 2 trading assaults, 2 faster kind of Overwatchy assaults, and then maybe a big wolf pack and just kind of be aggressive.
All right, with that, let's see how they go. Wow, let's see how they do or what they do. I don't know. Word's hard. Let's launch this match. There's 1-1 EQ.
It's the last one,
the
right?
CXF. What? Oh yes, last match of the day.
1-1.
Last match of the day. Level can finally go eat.
That's right. We've only been live for what are we looking at here? 3, almost 4 hours here. Yeah, that seems about right.
We do it for the people.
That's right. I love casting. It's a lot of fun. And Bacon, thank you for being along as our subject matter expert. It's actually been really enlightening. I've been learning a lot myself here.
No problem. I'm just in here to have fun. Did they bring Ghosty in on this drop, by the way? Did they end up reconnecting or not?
Ghosty was out on the last one. We'll take a look here in a second.
Did they get benched?
Benched. That's a connection bench right there. All right, I'm over here with Equilibrium, GRAM in the Crusader, Basalt in the Skull, the one I want. Let's see here, Skull with Peeps in an LB20. We've got ourselves a SRM Lanner, okay. Exy with Large Pulse for this map, Crusader with ER Peeps. We've got a Hellfire Void.
Oh my god, you guys, they did
Is it?
They brought
Is
Lerms.
it? Oh,
Yes,
here we go. All right.
Lerm Blood S.
Yes.
All right, excellent. I love to see it. All right, so we've got Equilibrium moving up to take their caps. Is it just the Learn Blood Asp or anything else there? With
yeah, it's a Learn Blood Asp. Everything else is probably going to. It's more trading and stuff like Goss Mad Cat. Yeah. Anyway, I wouldn't do full Learn deck on this one. That'd be hard to pull off, especially if your opponent's like really fast. And but I don't think they're running any narcs over here. I have to double check the Learn boat, but I think it's just tag. Yeah, this wolf pack's a standard wolf pack, light peeps, the SRM mislinks and stuff. But let me double check the Blood Asp one more time. Yeah, just tag. They're not running any narcs on this one.
All right, so Stimrog in here taking Theta early, taking as much as he can and getting out as Crossfire gets in here with their little wolf pack here, with Shadowcat, Firestarter, Lanner and whatnot. Stimrog well away, leaving a UAV, which is now being targeted. All right, we've got Shine Plasma in the Shadowcat trying to get a couple of shots off, but ultimately Crossfire up ahead without a whole lot of armor loss. Already, actually, they may have a very slight armor advantage at this point. Nothing considerable, but, you know, technical information is the best information. There we go. Okay. Looks like we've got EQ pulling back. As Stimrog in the Incubus kind of consolidates. I'm not entirely sure what Equilibrium is looking to do here.
I'm going to point out this Lerm Blood Apps is a Lerm 115.
Hell yeah, go bigger, ho home.
40, 60, 80, 100. Yeah, 115. And he's only carrying 1,600 missiles.
You know what? I was just gonna say, but is there enough ammo? There probably is. That might be enough.
He'll get. I think he gets 15 pulls of the trigger. Is what he's got.
Well, you can't alpha that. You got to stagger it. But in any case, here we go. Yeah. EQ grouping up and kind of pushing their way towards Theta, trying to look for something to do here. I don't think they found any good targets. They certainly haven't entirely found this Mad Cat or made the determination. But we do have Lousy Fen here in the Phoenix Hawk, starting getting a little roughed up in that Phoenix Hawk against Equilibrium's mid-range bait here. A bunch of shots towards Doomguard here in the Mad Cat. but ultimately nothing too effective. Crossfire holding on to majority 99% as they pick away at Equilibrium's armor. Basalt going down to 77%. Just an open arm, open back. Here we go. And their push is now happening against Cat and Cat, Pete Zone, and Compulsive Clag Eater. They're going to make a push for the wolf pack here. Let's see here. Polycat in the Black Lantern against Pete Zone and Compulsive Clag Eater. That could be a pick for the two of them. Yorkshire going down in the Executioner, though. First, I didn't even see. Where did he push up? He didn't. He just ended up getting focused by the back. Shine Plasma pulling out to try to get better angles against Pete Zone and the rest. Polycat in the Lantern going down, followed by Pete Zone. We got ourselves a scrap going on here. Cat and Cat going down as well. It is 3-1 at this point. Shine Plasma in the Shadow Cat. Just holding on there. Lousy going down in the Phoenix Hawk off screen there. And there's just so much happening here. Clag Eater next on the shop. Basalt down at 57%. We've been watching them go down. Stimrog being absolutely ruthless towards Rathnor. There goes Compulsive Clag Eater. Meanwhile, we've got this fight happen over on the Gamma side. Not to take you out for this one, but we got Squeeze versus Nyan and Chicken. Squeeze goes down. There goes Rathnor that we saw. G-Ram is tucked in here, holding on for life. Doesn't want to give it up against Doomguard, who is the last one. Very fresh. Not fresh enough to pick off Equilibrium, still with a lot of weapons on the field as Shine Plasma just gets in there. Magic Pain Glove with our Stormcrow. Nyan there getting the last shot with the Void, and that's going to do it. 7-1 in favor of Equilibrium here.
Now
that moved fast.
I noticed something with you did, but I noticed something with the Lurm mech, and I'm a little disappointed. Not gonna lie. What needed to happen is ATMs, because the Lurm mech didn't really get any shots off, but when he did get in the fight, he had the high ground, and there was multiple mechs out in the open. And I think with like ATM 48 into the gut of one of those mechs would have just instantly deleted them from where he was fighting. I was like one of those hindsight's 2020, but Lord mech didn't get as many shots off as I was hoping. A little sad on that.
That is another win for Equilibrium. I have the scores up. I'm not going to run them down because I'm moving stuff along. Next up is Hibernal Rift. With Equilibrium as Team 2 still. So I'm going to send you guys over to the map room now.
Take it away, Bacon.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi, yeah. So, unfortunately, I feel bad for Polycat. Isn't she the only person to die in the past 2 drops from EQ?
I think the last one was an 8-0. If I recall. Or maybe it was the first one.
No. Well, they all died because they lost.
Oh, well, you know what? Fair enough.
On mining, I think she self-destructed. She got too hot, self-destructed, or got crisped, and then on the last drop, she died. So, unfortunate Polycat situation. What was I thinking about? I got totally distracted by something. Yeah, I don't know, like... I feel like they brought Lerms, but maybe they couldn't apply them very well. I just felt like, with a map this big... the map that's this big, like, it's gonna be hard to... There's a lot of room to move around. And, like, each one of these squares is 500 meters, right? That's... 22,000, 2,500 meters to the cap from both sides. There's 5,000 meters between each team. It's a lot of time to scout out things.
I would have maybe done instead of a Lerm assault, something lighter, faster.
Like a trebuchet?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm getting at. because well, the biggest problem with Lerms, as everyone knows, is cover, right? Like holding locks and everything. So a fast or more mobile mech could have maneuvered a lot better. You know, Trebuchet, one of the great things it can run sideways is shoot lerms, you know, to its left or right, because of the arm unlocks. So something like that, because that blood ass, which was, I believe, right here when it died. Yeah, right up here. It was shooting into. No, he was up here. He was shooting into fighting around here. No, it was here. Sorry, I was right the first time. He walked up here. He didn't get much shots off. Then when he got up here, is when the big fight was happening. Yorkshire was down here, and he shot into, and he was shooting into the fight. But he was like I said, at like optimal ATM range. And then once the mechs that were in front of him died, he had, you know, no way to get away.
Yeah. I just think that this drop just came down to there was no weirdness. I mean, they brought the 8th learn mech, whatever, but there was just nothing to set the teams apart. There's the map being as big as it is. There's just no advantages really you can press other than like trying to outcap. So I think it just kind of handily goes to EQ. They played it pretty perfectly. How did Polly die, by the way? Like, I zoned out and I missed it. Did she get lermed, or how'd the lantern die?
I did not catch exactly how it died. There was so much happening.
I'll let you know in 2 minutes when it comes back around
when the stream
on the stream.
Yeah.
Because they're just starting to drop now on the stream.
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, still, like, a pretty decisive win from EQ. They did a really amazing job of just sort of controlling the fight and dealing with the wild card of the Lerm mech, and they just, I don't know, they played it perfectly fine. More interested to see this next drop because it's a small map, and we all know what that means. That's right.
Lerms.
It's not Abins and Emmy.
Oh, sorry. I thought that's where you're going with it.
Nope. It's this map is very pushable. I fully expect EQ to be extremely dishonorable and to be like on the tops of the maps in various places. To be up there because they're probably going to get pushed. Like, if I were them, I would want to be in the most safe position ever. So they're probably going to be up there. CXF, they could play standard. If they do, it might go good for them. They'll probably get out traded, but it might go good. They probably will push. If they do, they're going to push straight into the death trap, so we'll have to see how that goes.
I would like to see another push.
I think this might be a bad map for them to push into with the spots that EQ has to sit up in.
Well, yeah, I've just... EQ on the last one, when it came to trades, I mean, outside the Learn mech, they were handedly winning the trades and the knife fight. On one-on-one, I don't... You know, I think CXF is going to need to pull a win here. They're going to need to catch EQ by surprise somehow. So they need to... I think they need to do something unexpected. Because if they just try to trade it out like classically, it's EQ is going to win this one handedly. No, you know, no offense to CXF, they are the underdogs here.
Yeah, just a heads up,
they
folks.
did their job. They took a drop.
Yeah,
they did with a very killer push.
Yeah, just a heads up, folks. It does seem like there are potentially some stream issues coming for me. Live has just posted some stats that I'm not seeing, so weird things are happening. But hopefully, this last match won't be too bad, or this next match. Who knows if it'll be the last? But yeah, both teams locked. I'm just going to push us forward in case my rig is about to have a meltdown. So there we go. Let's get into it.
Okay, so on the MWO leagues too, someone wanted me to was asking me to hop into the Learn build so they can
watch the locks. Yeah.
I think they wanted to memorize the build so they can build it themselves.
Oh, also reasonable. Also reasonable.
I wanted to see that gameplay.
Okay. All right, so here we are. I see Basalt in a night gear with Gauss and ER large, potentially going up on the wall, as we saw many other times. We have ourselves a Highlander. Let's see, 9 deer in the Highlander, which is again that brawl with some peeps. Phoenix Hawk and a Shadowcat over there. Let's see what's over here by the Kappa point. We've got a Crusader XE. What are they bringing here? What variants? XE is large pulse. Crusader is ER peeps. How are we looking for Crossfire?
Heavy peep Crusader. Your traditional Mad Cat 1, ERs and Goss. Squeebs is in a Stalker 7D running 2 binaries and 6 ER meads. We got a Phoenix Hawk here, 2 snubs, and then Rathor in the Firestarter is 2 light peeps, 6 small lasers, and he has apparently got shot in the head. Not a lot of head damage, but
yeah,
hit in the head.
Equilibrium putting out some damage. We've got two mechs on Crossfire down to the 80% at this point. Again, those are the early tellings. There's Basalt right up here on the edge. In case you're wondering what you can see from here, it's actually quite a bit. But again, it is that extreme range, like we saw in Crimson earlier today. Could have some good use, but all depends on how you use it. But it's good for scouting a little bit if you're able to get up there quickly. Meanwhile, Equilibrium sending more than half the team over here to Kappa. Looks like they're going to try to get a pick Kappa here. Yep, Clag Eater on the wrong side of the hill. Well, Polycat does not end up pushing. Is that just straight smalls on the Firestarter? I thought there were some peeps. There are. And Clag Eater catches some of that. Let's see here. Oh, let me click you. All right, there we go. Open in the rear. On that point, EQ pushing Crossfire off of the Kappa point. Looks like Crossfire pulling back to consolidate around the back of Theta. Maybe trying to draw Equilibrium in for a push, but they've lost a lot of armor so far.
I'm a little worried here. Squeebs is shooting at... he's shooting his binaries at a night gear that's well over 1,000 meters away. He can't be doing any damage at this range. Necros finally got away from Echo 5 to try to help with this fight here on the left. He's pretty isolated over there. Nothing really happening for him. But the rest of the team is falling back towards Squeebs at this point. Squeebs still taking trades outside of his range. Captain Cat, I think he just got hit pretty hard there. What's his damage looking like? His side torsos are pretty roughed up, but it's pretty spread damage.
Yeah, looks like Shine Plasma pulling back in the Shadowcat here with 9, maybe trying to make a move towards the Epsilon side. Check out the flank there, get some scouting. Maybe that's the place to push. But we also have some Theta action here with Polycat and Stimrog just kind of holding it down, making sure they're not anything. Crossfire securing Epsilon while they have the time in the open, and Equilibrium is kind of a little in the corner. Playing Crossfire could take more of the map, quite frankly, and I think they're gingerly making steps to do that. Looking over here, Lol Barbecue taking some shots from Chicken Man in that XE down to somewhere around at 80%. Let's see the distribution, just spreading that all around. Very good, but not a good pop-tarting position. So he's pulling back to get that. Pete Zone also holding in here with the night gear as Equilibrium starts to spread out and take some of that ground that they just gave. Captain Cat and the Veagle getting a little pummeled here. Let's see. Ooh, that is an open side torso on the left. So that's not looking good for Captain Cat. Gonna have to be careful there. Squeebs getting a great burn on Shine Plasma though. Dropping down at 80% and some of the darker orange. It's a wounded side torso. Those binary lasers still a little bit out of range. VRAM looking to test this left flank as well. Maybe see what's going on over by the Epsilon point, which Clan Crossfire seems to be moving away from. 9 Deer holding it down with the 3 peeps. And Polycat holding down Theta. Now Equilibrium with over 100 cap ticket lead. All the tickets versus points. And they're content to just stand there and trade, considering not only are they winning the trades, but Crossfire can't seem to figure out They can't get Theta, and they need to find another point to capture. And I don't think they entirely know where to go. They're kind of stalled out here around the cap points, or around the cover points, rather, trying to get some angles. Equilibrium pulling back though, yeah, just basically to secure. We've got a cutoff. You can't come FC way to Sigma without getting jumped by 4, and Kappa's essentially being held by 3 mechs as well.
Look at the mini map. That's they have a straight firing line.
Yep.
They don't need to do anything. CXF, if they have to either
they got to move,
pick a flank and get aggressive. Yeah, they're just sitting here inside the concave, getting picked off, and they're just bleeding armor at this point. They got to do something.
Yeah, we'll see how that turns. I mean, they and actually, it's probably too late. Honestly, it's going to be real close here on caps if they manage to turn something. But here's Equilibrium, just go ahead and trying to capture Epsilon, but also getting chased away. Clag Eater chasing away Stimrog on that, but G-Ram's right there to help them take it. So I don't know how long that's going to last. Theta,
watch out, Clag Eater.
Yeah, Captain Cat, we're trying to to force Theta by tucking 3 mechs into this little corner. Here goes Lousy 10. Trying to tuck in, maybe avoid that damage and flip Theta. That is one thing that they can do, but it's going to be tough. Equilibrium pulling back, just doubling down on Sigma and Theta defense. Crossfire could take Kappa if they wanted to.
All right, I did notice something. Basalt opened up CT and side torso. Side torso's one touch. Between him and I think Chicken Man's starting to look real weak too.
Yeah, Equilibrium flipping FC. They've got this in the bag at a 4-1 cap. This is over.
I think CXR could maybe push these guys.
They could push, but they've it's a 4-1. Yeah, it's a 4-1 cap with like 100 tickets to go. Like that's.
They need to do something now.
Yep.
Yeah, they have to push.
And here they go.
And
here's our
Sigma.
movement. Barbecue and Pete Zone pushing up. Nyandare holding on with this Highlander. Could probably easily take 3, honestly, with that build and how hurt these are. Pete Zone going down. There goes Rathnor. Nyandare taking them out. Nyandare could just push Barbecue at this point. But not going to bother. We're going to turn around and take out Lousy. Squeebs overheating with those binary lasers, and there goes Lousy. Barbecue in the back. Gonna try to pick Nyan here, but it's just not gonna happen.
Barbecue getting into the fight super late, and did he get the kill? He
did get the kill. Yeah, Basalt goes down as well. Shine Plasma.
Finger.
It shows BBQ about his Jarls, and Stimrog is just gonna sit here and pick on Doomguard.
For this push.
Yeah.
If they stacked up for this push like a minute and a half sooner, when they first started getting aggressive on that side, they might have been able. Because EQ's mechs were just damaged and a couple mechs were open enough. They could have maybe pushed through and actually did it, but because when they did finally push, it was disjointed, Congo lined, and not a fist. It just fell apart.
Yeah, they stalled for entirely too long, which was the issue. Like the push came late to the point where they didn't have time to form up. Like they just needed to do something. That something is what we saw. Chicken Man with 862 damage. Doomguard with 884. Otherwise no double D's, and no disconnects, except for maybe me on occasion. I don't know what's going there, but hopefully we'll get that sorted out. That is going to wrap it. That is a 3-1 victory for EQ. I'm going to take a look at the brackets here real quick, but I'm going to send you guys over to the map room for a quick brief on that, and then we can talk about what's happening in this tournament. Next. We are on map room.
Map room. Yeah, so basically what kind of expected happened. Essentially, at the start of the match, EQ has to respect the push, and they did. They respected the push, they set up defensively, and they kind of took these positions. When the push didn't happen, they went aggressive and they went for this. They got Theta and they went for this big Kappa push. After that, they essentially had a 3 cap, and they really just played time. They played more standard, as we would say. Teams just literally playing standard. So traded. The difference being is I think CXF waited too long to make a play. I feel like a lot of teams make this mistake where they don't realize how much time has passed. It doesn't take much time of having a 3 cap over a 2 cap or even just a 1 cap to really build a solid lead. And you basically make it so the other team has to do something. They have to come into your firing line. They have to take a risk. And after trading for so long, yeah, EQ's mechs are messed up, but CXF was messed up as well. You know, they tried to do this push as well, and let's say it was successful. Let's say they get Kappa, they kill all these mechs here. EQ still had a mech over here. Could have just went and capped this. Could have came up behind him and capped that. They had such a cap advantage. I think there were 700 points at that point. That one mech up with legs, you can't win. So I think EQ played that pretty perfectly. They did a great job, and CXF really gave it their best effort.
All right. And let me see here.
I will say,
see him for this.
This mech over that was way up here we're trading. What's that range on that? They couldn't have been doing much damage to each other when they did hit. Yeah, that's almost 2,000 meters. I don't know, like, I don't know. The mech here and the squeebs here in D4 were, when the fight was happening a lot over here, these guys were out of the fight. I think this mech pelted squeebs here a couple times, but I watched these two shoot at each other multiple times and basically did no damage to each other. There was a point when these guys all jumped down and rotated. I thought that would have been a good time for CXF to get aggressive on this flank. Because at the point they were already down on caps, they needed to get more caps, and I felt they could have made a play for Sigma, as all these bigs were fleeing this way. So as you mentioned, to form this line, CXF could have formed one over here.
Side note, I don't know how much of the stream is still going through because it is definitely degrading. So
yeah, that's interesting. I'm looking at some of the stats. I don't know what's happening.
Might just be GG'd.
Maybe mine is still going a bit.
Both teams played well.
Yep.
So it was a good match to see. Nice to see CXF take the win. I appreciate you guys bringing me on board. It was fun. Thanks.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Next up, if I have transcribed things correctly, next week we start with our losers bracket. DSC versus KDCM 18, CXF versus Fjord, KDCM 17 versus GNX, probably what I'm looking forward to most. ME versus ME. Some civil war in the losers bracket. Interesting turn of events. Bacon, what do you think? Any interesting thoughts or excitement about those matchups?
Next week, honestly, not really. Maybe the DSC match would be interesting.
Okay.
I'm actually trying to find out where they're at real quick, so I can
if you look at the stream where I'm sending you, you should be able to. I've got them highlighted.
Your stream is lagging so bad, dude.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
You're actually not. You're not sharing what you're saying you're sharing.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Well, fair enough. Jesus, I don't know what's. Oh yeah, no, my Discord is having issues. I don't know.
No, your Discord's lagging. Like I haven't been able to watch the past 2 matches.
Oh, you gotta let me know. I've got a remedy. Hang
it's
on.
It's fine. I figured you're having a hard time as is. I'm not gonna make it
Oh,
worse.
it's all good. Here, try this. Try this
like,
one.
how did this person die? I couldn't see.
Oh, that would explain. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, no. Let me know if we're doing this in the future because I can.
So DSC's playing KDCM, CXF's playing Fjord, KDCM's playing GNX, Emmy's playing Emmy. Emmy beats Emmy. Okay, one, that's a given. Which one's KDCS?
KDCS is KDCM 18. So it's Saturday Night Specials versus DSC.
It's 60-40 DSC's favor. Hot take. That's a controversial opinion. 60-40 DSC's. DSC wins it. CXF versus Fjord. Legitimately 50-50. I think CXF has a better chance of winning though. By far. So maybe not 50-50. We'll say 60-40 again. Why not? And then the next match was what? What's the third match?
Oh, I'm sorry. I closed that out on you.
You did.
No, while you were talking about it too. Hang on. We're doing all right. I'm like troubleshooting the background, trying to shut stuff down. There we go. So we're on Emmy versus
main team KDCM.
Yeah, main team versus GNX. Yep.
I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to be rude, but it really comes down to who wants to throw the hardest. That one.
Oh, damn.
Because both teams are. I mean, it's the meta panel. You gotta bring the harsh opinions. All right.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm not here to hold hands. I think that match is gonna be who throws the hardest. That's just what it's gonna be. It is what it is. I think GNX can win. I think KDCM can win. Both equally. It's gonna come down to who makes the most mistakes is the one that's gonna lose.
Now, does
they both need to serious up and to bring their A game.
Oh, it hasn't. Okay, I need someone to fact check this. But James bombed, I think, in every Worlds since he's been with GNX and they've gone the Worlds. I think he's gotten yeeted like every year at least once. Like the famous zero bomb, get backshot, swirling around in that flea.
Happens and also to the best of light pilots.
It does. Now, Jay, KDCM's Jay, because there's apparently multiple Jays in the community. Does he die first every drop? Because it's kind of
likes
KDCM
to lead the pushes.
Yeah.
Be the most aggressive on the front line, but the problem is that means you die.
All right.
Well, I think last week he survived one of the pushes. Or no, they didn't push. They actually traded.
Don't know. I think Ivor's toast.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to wrap it here. Looking at some of the stats that Live sent me, it's not great, and it's just imploding as we go. We'll need to work in some sort of a restart. Maybe not go quite so back to back on the next one, but we'll figure that out for the next week. We'll sort that out. But thank you everybody for stopping by. Thank you Bacon for the lovely insight and the insight and commentary and those hard-hitting opinions and Level. Thank you for casting the last two. Everyone else, stay tuned next week for some more comp. We're moving into our losers bracket in this double elimination tournament. So who knows what will happen? Any of the teams that we see next week may end up in the finals. Have a great rest of the day, everyone.
Good luck.
Let's play this game.
I need another heavy. I've got TB and a quick draw.
I want to get fairly tight to it. Now, anybody who's going to be working range, I'm going to need you to fade right on this. If anybody's running short, is going to stay towards the top of the call there. We're going to come at them.
I have you in the Griff. Griffin.
Sounds good.
Well, that's the thing. We got to get to brawling range, so I may be moving us right up to the hoop if we have to.
Wolverine or Charlie 4?
That's fine, chill the out, man. It's fine, it's just a 5-star.
Warum Leute reden miteinander?
15 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't die.
Guys, we're
15 seconds, don't die.
guys. 3, 2, 1.
Charlie Dar, CT yellow. Okay, go for Charlie, see if we can get it.
There. To your left, there's a. Sorry, shit.
So, jetzt gleich hinter die Indie-Pocken,